they, for the Democrats to highlight, hey, it's not just Joe Biden that's having these problems.
Right.
It's Donald Trump too. Now, what that says about our choices, that's for other people to judge. But that's the part of the approach they're going to take.
Amazing. Joe Biden just a couple of days earlier was talking about the message he was going to take on the road following the collapse of the border deal on Capitol Hill. What's going to be more important for him now? Is it that message? And I know you can have multiple approaches here, but is the age issue going to be the most important one for him to manage in this cycle?
It's certainly going to be a very important one. There are polls showing that 60% or 70% of Americans are concerned about his age. There are very few issues in America that are 60 and 70% issues at this point. So it's a very significant issue they need to get past.
Yeah.
That being said, the campaign is confident that this election isn't going to be decided on age. They think it's going to be decided as a choice election between President Biden and Donald Trump. They're going to play up the threats they think that Donald Trump poses to democracy, to abortion rights, and they think that voters are going to decide the election on those issues rather than President Biden's mental acuity come November.
Well, this is going to be a wild campaign to cover. With your help, Jordan Fabian, great to see you. Thanks for the insights, as always. From the West Wing, on behalf of Bloomberg, Jordan Fabian, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, as we add the voice now of Michael Zeldin, an important part of our coverage. The former federal prosecutor is with us here, and Michael, I'm glad to see you. I'd like to get back to this idea of overreach or overstepping, whether the special counsel did, in your opinion, pull a Comey, as some are saying here, by very personally describing Joe Biden, going beyond the actions that involved the handling of classified documents.
I think so. Remember, I was an independent counsel. I investigated George Herbert Walker Bush, and we submitted a report as well. And we were very careful to just give facts. We weren't trying to put our minds in those of the jury and say, well, if we were to go to trial, some might think that, some might. That was not part of our purview. Ours was, what was the evidence? And on that evidence, what was the basis of our decision to charge or not charge? And I think that Herr could have done that much more clinically than he did. I think that he was trying to explain to Merrick Garland why, in the face of evidence of willful retention and dissemination, he was not going to recommend charging. And so he said, look, here's why I'm not recommending charging. So he's trying to do the right thing. But I think that he just overstepped his bounds of reporting when he talks about age in a political context, when he has to know, because he comes out of the Trump White House, when he has to know that age is the biggest issue, the biggest hurdle that Biden faces. So to stick that in there, I thought was just unfortunate, even if his intention was not political.
Interesting. You would know the answer to this. When the special counsel, or as you described yourself, independent counsel, comes out with this report, is there not an editing opportunity here for the Attorney General? For instance, in this case, would Merrick Garland be able to say, hey, you might need to walk this back, this personal stuff here? Or is that the purpose of a special or independent counsel where the Attorney General has no hands on the final product?
It's a great question. Under the regulations, the special counsel submits the report in confidence to the AG, and then the AG decides what to do with it. Now, what did we see in the Mueller investigation? Mueller submitted his report to Barr. Barr gave a summary of it, which was a bit misleading. Mueller was very upset, and then they ultimately released the final report. Garland, to overcome that problem, has said, look, what you give me is what's going to go out unless there's a factual error. You said 2 + 2 = 5. We'll make you say it equals 4. But otherwise, we're sending this out. I don't want to have any appearance like Barr did of putting my finger on the scale. And so that's what happened here. And I think that if we're a normal case, this report may not have seen the light of day in its current form.
Well, could we then accuse the Attorney General of being too careful?
Well, some are already doing that. People, if you read the internet, are accusing him of exactly that, of slow walking the January 6th investigation and picking her, a political Republican by background, a capable attorney by all measures. But why is it they say that when a Democrat is being investigated, we get these Republican investigators, and when a Republican is investigated, we get a Republican investigator. Why is it that way? And so he's going to get criticized. He's going to get criticized. But I do think when you get down to the bottom of this, her intentions may have been honorable, but I think his choice of language was unfortunate, and particularly unfortunate in the context of a political campaign.
Let's get to the language involved and the findings that involved classified documents themselves. Totally irresponsible. I lifted first and foremost off this report, but also willful retention. Doesn't that suggest that Joe Biden is guilty of the very same thing that they're charging Donald Trump with? I know there's a separate obstruction layer for Donald Trump here because of moving documents and evading that retrieval process. But if willful retention is taken at face value, that means Joe Biden knew he was doing something wrong, along with the sharing of classified information, no?
Yeah, the report is a little bit confusing. Sometimes they call it willful retention, and sometimes they say it's ambiguous whether there was willfulness. But the bottom line is he said he willfully retained and disseminated classified information. Now, Biden takes issue with whether it was classified information. A lot of it was notebooks or diaries that Biden kept, and he said those are private property, not classified information in an ordinary classification. But, you know, that's really not a good answer. The answer is that he retained, he purposely retained, and he disseminated. And I think that had Trump done just that, and then given all the stuff back, he would not have been charged. And that's why I think that Biden and Trump align on the retention and dissemination, but where they separate is, as you said, on the obstruction. It is that obstruction that got Trump indicted, because otherwise yes. I think these cases have similarities. The scope is different. Trump had, hundreds of documents and Biden had 12 or something. But it is really about obstruction that differentiates the two of them. And her, to his credit, made plain that this is not the same. This is not an apples to apples comparison. Trump to Biden is apples to oranges, especially because of volume and destruction and obstruction.
So you do agree then with the decision to not file charges in this case, obviously?
I do, but in some sense, in some strange way, Biden might have been better off getting charged than not getting charged. At least he would have a forum to say, I'm not infirm, I have my mental acuity. But I think to the last conversation you had, he's got to be out on the campaign trail. He has to be talking every day to overcome this notion that he's too old and too infirm. He's got to be like Harry Truman in 1948. He's got to be on a whistle stop every day out there so people can see his mental acuity. Otherwise, I don't think he overcomes this.
And start doing push-ups in the Rose Garden first thing in the morning. Michael Zeldin, I have to ask you about what's happening around Donald Trump as well, because yesterday was supposed to be the day we reported on oral arguments before the Supreme Court in this 14th Amendment case. This has to do with ballot access, of course, separate from the presidential immunity ruling that may well get to the Supreme Court. That's something that we can talk about separately. But when it comes to this idea of barring Donald Trump from the ballot for, quote unquote, engaging in insurrection, as we fumble around the definitions of these words that we're using, what's the difference in the eyes of the law between a riot and an insurrection, Michael?
Well, an insurrection is organized and a riot is spontaneous. I think the language of the 14th Amendment, Section 3 says, engage in an insurrection against the Constitution. It doesn't say engage in armed warfare against the government. And theoretically, an insurrection against the Constitution is trying to prevent the orderly transfer of power. I mean, the bedrock principle of our Constitution is the orderly transfer of power. And the whole faked electors scheme and all that stuff, I think, is easily seen as an attempt to disrupt the Constitution. Doesn't have to be violence. It can be just the fake electors scheme. But we didn't get there in the court yesterday, and the court seems that it's going to rule that you need congressional action to give effect to this section. It's not self-executing. And they're never going to get to the question of whether this was an insurrection or a riot, or whether it has to be violence, or whether it could be just an attempt to violate the constitutional transfer of powers rules.
Yeah. I always learn something when we talk to Michael Zeldin, former federal prosecutor. He's been there as a special counsel as well. Michael, it's great to see you. Thanks, as always, for the help, and have a great weekend. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington here on Balance of Power as we turn to what's happening on Capitol Hill and the impact that it could have in Ukraine. It's going to be a working weekend for senators as they try to hammer out this $95 billion foreign aid package. The majority of it would go to Ukraine. We had a conversation with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. We'll bring that to you next here on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 12:21 now on Wall Street. We've got the Dow lower, the S&P in record territory again, on track for another winning week. And NASDAQ, big tech rallying today. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.9% right now. We've got the S&P at a record up 13, now at 5,011. The big question today, will we close above that number? We have got the S&P up right now by 0.3%. For the Dow, though, very different story. Dow Industrial slumping 100 115 points, a decline right now of 0.3%. 10-year 4.19% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.49%. As for the overall market backdrop, Brian Levitt is global market strategist at Invesco, and he says there are reasons to be optimistic for longer.
My point is to say, think over the next couple of years. If you look at just about any environment where we've had inflation move up significantly, once it's peaked, not when it gets back to 2%, once it's peaked, the next multiple years have historically been good for equities. That's been my North Star. It has worked very nicely since inflation peaked in June 2022 and continues to be my view.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Open podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. 10-year again, 4.18%. Spot gold at $2,022, down $12, down 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 76.76 a barrel. NVIDIA's stock has rallied so much this year, it is now threatening to overtake Amazon to become the 4th most valuable American company. NVIDIA shares up again today, up another 2.7%. Amazon higher today by 2.2%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P up 13, up by about 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. Thanks for being with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. If you want to find us on YouTube anytime, this is live. It goes straight through the day. You can back it up, see stuff that you missed. Go to YouTube and search Bloomberg Global News. Simple as that. We've got a seat for you here in the studio. Listening to Charlie Pellet, I'm looking at the Twitters here. Joe Biden at POTUS. Not a tweet, not an X about S&P 5000, in case you're playing along and wondering on your home game here. Senate has a working Friday. How about it? Kind of like you. Looks like a working weekend as well. And yes, by that I mean a working Super Bowl weekend, as Chuck Schumer pledges to keep everybody locked here in Washington. You heard everybody talking about jet fumes yesterday? Yeah, no jet fumes for the Senate. Wants them to finish work on this supplemental, $95 billion supplemental, instead of taking a 2-week recess. By the way, I'm sure they will find time for that. This could lead to a key procedural vote, as we like to say here in Washington, cloture on Sunday. And maybe the beginning of that football game will get lawmakers to get it done. So the question now becomes, how long is this going to take? This could be a slow walk after it gets through the Senate, assuming that it does. And that's where we began our conversation with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. here in the nation's capital as this vote was taking place. Oksana Markarova joined us on the late edition of Balance of Power, and I started by asking her, how long they can wait, what the timeline looks like, and she immediately went to the point that this is not just about Ukraine, that it's about the rest of the free world. Here she is.
Because what Ukraine is on the front lines, but Russia, together with Iran, together with North Korea, is challenging not only us. So we will fight as long as we have to fight to win this war. And we have to also show that while all these dictators stay together in their club and helping each other and inviting Hamas into Moscow, we have to also show that we can stay the course. And again, today, even though the discussions were difficult, even though it's an election year, of course, there are all, in every country, internal issues that needs to be addressed. But I was so happy to see that, it was a very strong bipartisan support, and not yet a final, of course, just the first step in the right direction, but that they will be discussing it. We need this support yesterday. Since last October, Ukraine did not have either budget support, and we are running out of the military support as well.
So if this were not to pass, because the Senate is one thing, the House is a very different animal on this. There is a lot more skepticism about the need to continue funding Ukraine. What happens on the ground if you were not to get this $60 billion?
Well, I think we have to do everything possible in order for the U.S. to stay strongly in and continue supporting us. I mean, look, the war is there. It's a full-fledged war. We have the front line of more than 800 miles, and it's a very active front line. And we are holding that front line. In the Black Sea, we were able to liberate the Black Sea, if you want to say so, from the Russian fleet, and we have to continue doing so. Now, we can double down now and support, which will allow us to not only defend the country, but also to sustain our economy, to prevent our more people becoming refugees, and what is more important, to sustain the economic growth that we have, so we can become self-sustainable and not ask for help.
It's an active front line, as you described, with reporting today that there is a critical shortage of manpower, of soldiers, men and women who can fight on the front line. And I understand there was a disagreement between President Zelensky and what is now the former military chief. You've had a change in leadership. What is your take on that? What is the most important need? Is it manpower or is it hardware?
Well, first of all, of course, the hardware is still the critical shortage. You know, we still need more equipment, more air defense, more. And with the manpower, yes, you know, we just 2 days ago, our parliament adopted the new legislation on mobilization. Mm-hmm. That's not because of the short power. That's because, you know, people for 2 years are in the trenches. Mm-hmm. And we have to also regulate and evolve. And as President said, you know, to move forward and change sometimes the strategy in order to be current on what is needed at this moment.
This would allow those who have been in the field for 36 months to be discharged. That's what you're referring to?
Exactly. It's one of the points there is how to do the rotations, how to let people, you know, rest and then come back, you know. So it's a very complex law. But in general, people are still motivated. We still have enough people who want to fight, who there is no choice actually for us. We are defending our homes. But the equipment, we are running out of equipment, and especially missiles and interceptors and everything else. So it's still a very much function of the weapons.
Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. talking with us here on Bloomberg, Oksana Markarova, remembering $60 billion included in this package that could go to Ukraine if it does get through Congress. And there's a question still about that as we add the voice now of Ian Marlowe, Bloomberg senior reporter covering diplomacy with an eye on the State Department. Following our conversation, Ian, it's great to see you. There has been an argument in Kyiv about the most pressing needs. The former military chief wanted to call up 500,000 conscripts here, get more people on the front lines. Is that going to be the biggest challenge for Ukraine if they do get the money, is finding manpower to continue fighting Russia?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you heard from the ambassador there. The manpower issue is one side of this, and I think obviously Russia, the much bigger country, throwing a ton of people, including former prisoners, at the front lines there. But you know, I think when it comes to the U.S. and when it comes to what they can, what the U.S. can provide, she's just totally focused on the hardware there, and including some of the things like missiles, like interceptors, that can help Ukraine defend its ports and try and lift up the revenues that it sees from exporting grain and other products and things like that, with the long-term aim of trying to wean itself off of all this financial support from the West that has become much more difficult, you know, from Brussels to Washington, and that's kind of, to some extent, the focus here is the hardware that they need, and they feel like they can then at least try and you know, get people to the front lines.
Ian's got a great story about this on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Ukraine facing critical shortage of missiles, according to the ambassador here. To your point, missiles and interceptors specifically, Ian, this could take some time, is what we're hearing. There could be an amendment process. The House is kind of an unclear path for this funding bill. Rand Paul says he wants to slow it down, if not stop it. Does Ukraine have that much time before these supplies need to be replenished?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's obviously, you know, it's been months that this kind of funding process, this package in various iterations with Israel, without, you know, with a border deal, without, has been sort of languishing there on Capitol Hill. And so I think their message, to some extent, is they are trying their best to talk with the administration, with the Pentagon. You know, they've gotten some stopgap funding from Europe as well. There is some money coming in, But obviously, Putin seems pretty confident that he can outlast Ukraine here. And again, we're in an election year, and a lot of the people you're mentioning there that want to slow walk this and stop it on the U.S. side, allies of Donald Trump. It's an interesting dilemma for Ukraine in terms of the weight. And on your guys' show, she was pretty optimistic about the bipartisan nature of this, despite what we've heard from some Republicans saying that no matter who is in power, who the Americans elect this year, that she's hopeful that the Ukrainian fight will continue to be a priority. And she's obviously trying to broaden it out, saying it's about freedom, it's about values, it's not just about Ukraine, about their budget specifically. It's a broader thing that everyone should care about. And she had some pretty kind things to say about Trump on the show in terms of his earlier support during that administration. So, there's at least an eye there, to the future.
Well, you're an expert in diplomacy, and she was being very diplomatic with all of her answers. There's no doubt about that. Ian Marlowe, great to see you. Thanks again for chiming in on this. Bloomberg senior reporter covering diplomacy. That's got to be one of the coolest business cards in the Bureau here, right? I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our panel coming up. Latest right now, world and national news from Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is ordering his military to develop a plan to evacuate civilians from Rafah. That's ahead of another ground offensive. Israel says Rafah is one of the last remaining Hamas strongholds in Gaza. Netanyahu has been coming under heavy international criticism for the high civilian toll from Israeli attacks. Well, President Biden is fighting back. The special counsel investigating his handling of classified materials has cleared Biden of any criminal charges, but he did cite in the report the fact he considered Biden an elderly man with a poor memory. Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman says the special counsel, Robert Hur, made a political statement there.
This is a Republican special counsel who completely went out of his way to editorialize, to include material in his report that is unnecessary and irrelevant to what he was tasked with doing.
Congressman Goldman was interviewed on ABC. This is Super Bowl weekend with the San Francisco 49ers taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. CBS sports analyst Tony Romo explains what 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy will need to do to defeat Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
He is gifted far more than people even realize. Can he overcome the nerves, and can he overcome this aura that Patrick has built?
Tony Romo will be analyzing the game for CBS Sunday night. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
world, Hank Waters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 12:40 the time right now on Wall Street. The S&P pushes higher. Right now, we've got the S&P at 5,014. The big question, will it close above that level today? It is on track now for 5 weeks of gains. S&P today up 0.3%. A renewed rally in big tech sent the stock market toward a milestone amid hopes that the Fed will soon be able to cut rates. Right now, we've got the Dow down 100, drop there of 0.3%. NASDAQ up 156, higher now by 1%. 10-year 4.18% with a 2-year 4.48%. Spot gold at $2,023 the ounce, down $10 now, down 0.5%. While West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.5%, 76.59 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, stocks continue to push higher. Urian Timmer is director of global macro at Fidelity, and he was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I do think that history will tell you, right? Market goes up 70% of the time by about 10, 11%. It's the market's inherent nature to go up. So, you want to be a bear with some caution because you're really fighting the odds.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Intelligence podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Two of the nation's largest retailers and a pair of Democratic mayors are supporting a campaign to roll back California's landmark criminal justice reform, which has been blamed for a spike in retail theft. Walmart and Target are the top funders of a proposed ballot measure that aims to undo Proposition 47, a voter-approved law from 2014 that reduced penalties for many lower-level drug and property crimes in the state. Again, recapping, stocks are advancing. S&P up 16 now at a record 5,014, up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Okay, Charlie, thanks. We'll check back in with Charlie a bit later on this hour for an update on trading. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on Balance of Power. You made it to Friday. Welcome to the threshold of the weekend. It's going to be a worker, it looks like, for members of the Senate. So much for jet fumes. Could the Super Bowl be the real deadline needed to get something done here? Chuck Schumer's keeping everybody in town, or at least it appears, until work is finished on this $95 billion supplemental emergency request that we were just talking about with Ian and with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. It would be $60 billion for Ukraine, but also billions more for Israel and for Taiwan. And it passed an important procedural hurdle yesterday. 67-32 makes you feel like this could pass the full Senate. Just questions about what happens after that and how long a wait might take place. After all, like I said, Rand Paul is pledging to keep this thing on ice right there in the chamber. And that's where we start with our panel today. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, of course, longtime Republican strategist, alongside Lincoln Mitchell, political analyst, lecturer at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. Great to see both of you gentlemen. Thanks for being with us here. Rick, what's your gut tell you today after seeing that vote yesterday and hearing from all quarters? It was not lost on me that Ukraine's ambassador is in town while this debate takes place. Can this actually pass both chambers?
I think it can. Let's take it one at a time. It can pass the Senate and will pass the Senate, probably in time for kickoff. I mean, remember last Friday this time was Groundhog Day. And every day we look at this bill and think it's the same one that started. So my guess is they beat this dead horse. There'll be a few amendments. There'll be a good time agreement between McConnell and Schumer, and this thing will get done. And then Senate will leave town. And unfortunately, that relieves some pressure on the House of Representatives with them gone, to actually take action. And it's not the vehicle they want. They want to do independent bills on things like Ukraine and Israel and the Indo-PACOM. But the bottom line is this is going to be the new game in town as soon as the Senate passes it. And who knows what's going to happen in the House. I think we quit predicting what this Speaker Johnson can actually accomplish.
Yeah, it looks like that could take a couple of different forms, Lincoln. I don't know if you think it's a good idea to keep everyone in Washington. It seems like, maybe we actually get this done. But Speaker Mike Johnson will not commit to putting this bill on the floor. And I wonder if you see Hakeem Jeffries swooping in here at the last minute. He says he's prepared to use every legislative tool, including a discharge position when asked. Could that actually be the way this story ends?
Well, Mike Johnson won't put anything on the floor until Donald Trump signs off on it. And we saw that with regards to the border deal. And I think that's probably still his position. It's certainly possible that Hakeem Jeffries does that. You know, since the Republicans won back control of the House in the midterm elections, we've seen Jeffries, who has been his party's leader in the House of Representatives since then, be reluctant to use these kind of tactics. There were moments in the first speakership race where a lot of people were saying he could probably get 5 people to switch parties and become speaker, but he's been reluctant to do that. My sense is that Jeffries' view here is this is the Republicans in the House, it's their mess, let them try to solve it. The problem there is that from the policy perspective, this is so important right now, particularly with regards to Ukraine, particularly as the Republican Party presidential candidate just gets closer and closer to Russia, that he may feel he has to do that. But I wouldn't bet on that.
What did you think of the ambassador's diplomacy, Rick? She's trying so hard to not say anything bad about what's going on here. They do have a little bit of a holdover, 50+ billion from European allies, but they need that money, she says, here in the U.S. with a critical shortage of weapons. What kind of back channels are happening? What's happening inside the Senate right now while Ukraine and the White House try to influence the outcome, the stuff that we don't hear about?
Well, Ambassador Markarova is a very skilled diplomat. She has developed strong personal relationships with key leaders in the Senate and the House. She is very well informed on what is happening in the Ukraine and has served as a terrific bridge to leadership, both in the executive branch and Congress, for the priorities that Ukraine has in this war. So she is as good an advocate for Ukraine as President Zelensky would be if he were here himself. In fact, people have a very, very positive view of Ambassador Markarova. That being said, I thought it was particularly interesting, and you mentioned this earlier in the show, how she tried to lay down some kind of a narrative that would help coax Donald Trump into not opposing Ukraine aid. I mean, to actually compliment Donald Trump about his actions on the Ukraine, I thought was so smart and sophisticated because she knows what we all know, which is he bends to flattery. And so if he wakes up in the morning and sees that and says, wow, they love me in the Ukraine, he's more likely to call Johnson, as Mitchell just said, and say, or Lincoln just said, and say, hey, they love me over there. Lay off. Go ahead and pass this thing. I mean, don't be surprised.
What did you think of that, Lincoln? It's pretty amazing. I thought, you know, she might have something terrible to say when I mentioned Donald Trump, and she said, no, he's the one who got us the javelins. And I'm guessing Rick is right. That's in the flattery folder that the staff gave Donald Trump this morning.
Rick is right. There's nothing any Ukrainian official benefits from saying that Donald Trump doesn't support us and he's in Russia's pocket, even though I suspect they all probably believe that. One thing that concerns me is that we should note that we are just short of 2 weeks away from when Moscow's full-scale invasion began in 2022. So we are almost exactly 2 years into this war.
Incredible.
And whether it's President Zelensky himself or any Ukrainian official, the ambassador, or President Biden, or anyone else, there's not much new to say here. We all know, in my view, what's going on. Vladimir Putin, the leader of Russia, had a brutal invasion of Ukraine, has no respect for Ukrainian sovereignty, and wants to destroy that country as a functioning independent state. And the only way Ukraine can prevent that, can defend themselves, is with assistance from countries like the United States and our European allies. Mm-hmm. And again, in my view, that is essential to the bigger picture national security challenges facing the United States. Now, not everyone can agree on that last part. That's where the debate is. But the reason I say that is because I don't know that anybody going to Washington, working the media, working Congress, no matter how skilled they are, can make a difference. There's just not that much. There's not that many, to put it in electoral terms, there's not that many swing votes left in either house of Congress.
Fascinating. Meantime, Vladimir Putin is trying to work the American media. I don't know if you guys saw this. You're saved by the bell. I don't have to ask you about it here because we don't have time. This interview with Tucker Carlson last night, the first question got a 30-minute long answer. And the look on Tucker Carlson's face while he sat there listening to it made more news than the president of Russia. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington with a great panel today. Rick Davis, joined by Lincoln Mitchell. We'll have their ideas next on what's happening in Maryland. Larry Hogan's running for Senate. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Expedia shares are plunging right now. The stock is down 18% after earnings. Expedia reported gross bookings of $21.7 billion in the fourth quarter, missing analyst average estimates for $22 billion. Room night growth also came in shy of expectations. Again, the stock now down by 18.2%. PepsiCo gave a full-year sales forecast that fell short of analyst estimates. The stock is trading lower right now. We've got PepsiCo down by 2.8%. It also reported a drop in volumes in the North America beverage and Quaker Foods units. Nancy Tengler is Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tengler Investments.
You know, like you get a day like today and company like Pepsi, which we own in our relative value dividend growth strategy. And we bought that name because the company identified as a tech company that happens to sell beverages and snacks. And so we're going to be interested to see how they expand margins now that the pricing power is gone. And if they can't, then we're gone.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. PepsiCo shares again down 2.8%. Rival Coca-Cola, which reports next week, lower now by 1%. Video game company Take-Two Interactive Software has slashed its full-year net bookings forecast below consensus estimates. Take-Two down now by 7.1%. Barclays is planning to hand dozens of investment bankers no bonus as the slowdown in deal-making forces it to cut payouts for a larger-than-usual group of its lowest performance. Shares of Barclays right now, BCS on the ticker. We do have Barclays down 0.8%. Those are our top company stories. This is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Looks like things got a lot more interesting just now in the state of Maryland. The race to fill the Senate seat held by the retiring Ben Cardin. This was supposed to be a layup for Democrats, just a question of which Democrat's going to get the job. Until today, the former and very popular governor of Maryland, Republican Larry Hogan, who everybody thought was going to be the no-labels guy, just shook things up a little bit. He's been drafted. He's running for Senate in Maryland. Insights from the panel. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, alongside Lincoln Mitchell from the School of International Public Affairs at Columbia University. Rick, you know the Senate as well as anybody. Did this just add a state to the potential pickups here for Republicans?
Absolutely. You know, all we've been talking about is Tester's seat and West Virginia as being key pickup targets. But now I think you have to add Maryland. I mean, in 2018, Larry Hogan won by 12%. I mean, he's a political stud when it comes to Maryland politics. They love him there. And so I think the likely Democrat, David Trone, he's going to have his hands full to try and keep the seat in the Democratic column.
Yeah, David Trone, I guess, is the front runner here, Democrat congressman from Maryland. But the Prince George's County executive, Angela Alsobrooks, which is, I just love saying that name, Lincoln, has the endorsement of the very popular now governor, Wes Moore. How much of an interruption did Larry Hogan just make here in this race?
Well, it certainly puts Maryland in play. I wouldn't put it in the Republican column quite yet. And I want to make 2 points here. One, why I think it really is in play. And one, why perhaps it isn't. We know that it is increasingly rare that a state votes for the president of one party and a Senate candidate from the other. That used to be much more common. In 2020, the only state where that happened was Maine, where Susan Collins got reelected to the Senate, but Joe Biden carried the state against Donald Trump. And the reason Collins was able to do that was because she was a popular, well-known, kind of Maine brand name, if you will. Hogan is in a similar situation in Maryland. So if there's a state where the Republicans can kind of manage this split, Maryland looks like it might be that state. Remember, West Virginia, where Joe Manchin is not seeking re-election, is such a solidly Republican state that it would be a shock if they didn't pick up that seat. The fact that Manchin could manage to get reelected was kind of, in the past, was kind of miraculous. Now, the argument why this might not be so easy for the Republicans is that we know that voters, regardless of whether they're Democrats or Republicans, think of voting for governor differently than they think of voting for senator. So for governor, the individual's platform, the individual's skill set in terms of management and being an executive matter a lot more. Whereas it is easier to run a partisan campaign for or against a candidate who's running for the Senate, where you run against Larry Hogan by saying he's Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump's running mate, rather than he's this independent guy. Yes. Record on Maryland. But it will be in play. It's not great news for the Democrats.
There's going to be a big effort to paint Larry Hogan as a conservative Republican, I'm sure, Rick. David Trone, by the way, owns the Total Wine chain. If you were running this campaign, would you start setting up tastings all over the state?
He has. He's run $19 million worth of TV ads. I live in his viewing area, and I'm sick and tired of it already, and it's a long way to go to Election Day. So please, David, back off. I mean, Hogan's a good guy. He'll be nice to you. But I think Lincoln makes a really good point about polarization, and Larry Hogan's going to have to overperform Donald Trump by 20 points in Maryland to hope to win, and Trump could actually, ironically, be his lodestone, even though he has been actively campaigning against him for the nomination.
Fascinating. Great conversation, Rick and Lincoln. Great to have both of you with us. They're going to be back next hour as we take a deep dive on what's going on inside the West Wing and the Biden campaign after that emotionally charged news conference we saw last night with Joe Biden and what some in the Biden camp think was a very unfair report from the special counsel looking into his handling of classified documents. Kaylee Lines on the way in next. Hour 2 of Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Can the Super Bowl save the bill? Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Chuck Schumer tells senators to stay in town until work is complete on the Ukraine funding bill, with a big deadline looming in a football game on Sunday night. Trust me, they will want to get home. Kaylee Lines joins the conversation. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington here on Bloomberg Radio and TV. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, you're set for the football game. They're not going to miss it, right? They're going to get the work done this weekend.
Well, we know they operate better with a deadline.
Yes,
and what better deadline than to watch the Chiefs and 49ers duke it out for the Super Bowl?
The question is, what happens to this money, $60 billion for Ukraine, billions more for Israel and Taiwan, if it does pass the Senate? Because this could be a pretty long road. And we're going to talk later on this hour with the former ambassador of Poland, Daniel Fried, about the impact that could have on the fight in Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we spoke just yesterday with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S., who was really underscoring the need for the U.S. to continue its support and focus on Plan A, which is for Congress to pass billions of dollars in additional funding. But even if the Senate can do it, the House is a very, very different ballgame.
That's for
and
sure.
It's still a major question mark.
She called it a critical shortage and talked less about manpower than she did weapon systems that they still need badly from the U.S. Kaylee, the other big story today, because we can't only have one in Washington, is the ripple effects of that news conference last night with Joe Biden. We were live on Balance of Power when the special counsel report came out, a damning report, but got very personal. And so did the president last night.
Yeah, he definitely came out kind of swinging against the special counsel's characterization of his memory, of specific things he could remember, including, if you remember from the report, the suggestion that he didn't even remember even within a few years when his son Beau died. And it seemed that the president took actual real personal issue with that he wouldn't remember the death of his own son.
That's for sure. It turned into a bit of a free-for-all in the White House. So we're going to talk to Bloomberg White House correspondent Josh Wingrove about that coming up as well. And Kelly, we may as well get started with a look at the markets.
That's absolutely right, because Charlie Pellet We're north of 5,000. It happened. Get me a hat.
And the big question, will we close above that number today? As a matter of fact, best level of the day right now, Kaylee, we've got the S&P 500 index pushing higher, up 20 points at a record 5,018, up by 0.4%. Do want to begin with the developing business story. Cisco Systems cutting jobs right now. According to Reuters, planning to cut thousands of jobs. Cisco still deciding on the total number of staff to be cut. Again, according to Reuters, Cisco, by the way, will be reporting earnings next week on Valentine's Day. Right now, we have got Cisco Systems shares pushing higher, up now by 0.2%. The S&P, as I mentioned, at a record, up 20 points right now, 5,018. The Dow lower by 83, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ up 180, gain there of 1.1%. 10-year yield 4.17% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.47%. Spot gold down $9 the ounce to $2,025. For gold, a drop there of 0.5%. Crude now with a 76 handle, 76.75. West Texas Intermediate crude up now by about 0.7%. Well, Joe mentioned it. Can the Super Bowl save the bill? That is the question that's being asked. A record number of wagers on the 49ers or the Chiefs will take home the Super Bowl trophy. Has Wall Street betting gaming stocks will be the big victors on Sunday. Among some of those gaming names, DraftKings up now by 2.3%. We've got MGM up 0.7%, and Caesars higher now by 1.5%. Again, recapping here, stocks trading mixed, but the S&P 500 index is at a record. I'm Charlie Pellet, Joe and Kaylee. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet with a look at another record high in stocks. Thank you so much. It's pretty remarkable stuff, Joe, to see the S&P 500 north of 5,000, a president of the United States, unlike the previous administration, who doesn't seem immediately to want to flex on it.
No.
And you know, Donald Trump just last week said that the stock market is a record because his polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win and drive the market up.
It's funny. I checked. No tweet at the POTUS account, at least not yet, unless it was just now while you were talking on S&P 5,000. But it is interesting. I'm not going to open this whole can of worms right now. I'm not going to bring up the Super Bowl predictor. Maybe I will later. But history does show us the stock market in the long term outperforms under Democratic administrations, which is why that whole conversation is really funny. I mean, if you're looking, we're a data company. That's just irrefutable. Not to say that we wouldn't have rally time in another Trump term.
Well, and it's interesting to see a market performing like this one is at the same time where voter sentiment clearly is still not great around the economy or around President Biden's approval of it. He continually gets low marks on the economy issue, but he also continually polls poorly on something he cannot change, which is the fact that he is 81 years old and has at least a perception problem when it comes to his mental acuity. And we've seen that on full display over the last 24 hours.
Boy, that's for sure. What a display last night, which is where we have to bring in Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg White House correspondent. It's great to see you, sir. I can't imagine the feeling in the West Wing this morning after what was a very emotionally charged experience, this news conference. His anger apparently was enough that he felt a need to stand in front of reporters. Do you have a sense of whether the press office, the communications office, wanted to see that happen?
I think the people around Joe Biden that we've been talking to think that it was always the case. He's ticked about this report, not just the mention of his son, which is always a third rail if you want to get under Biden's skin, but more broadly, just what they view as political commentary and her going over his skis and not sort of sticking to calling balls and strikes. And so they wanted to get Biden out there. Some people we're talking to today wish he had not turned around and come back to the lectern. Right. His last answer, once he did, of course, was a long explanation of the situation in Gaza, but of course included referring to the Egyptian president Sisi as the president of Mexico. And that, of course, is combined with the report, thrust all this into the system here. Democrats, I'm trying to be polite here, have an occasional propensity to panic in a way that Republicans maybe don't.
Interesting.
We're seeing some of that, I think, a bit right now. But I think it's important to bear in mind, like, there is no serious challenge to Biden as the nominee. There is no public effort to oust him as the nominee. The machinery to do so would be difficult, if not impossible, at this stage. Kamala Harris is standing by him. Every top Democrat not named Dean Phillips is standing by him. So for now, this is a question that is circulating in the minds of voters and quietly among Democrats and publicly among Republicans. But I think we should be cautious not to overstate that there's any kind of serious push at this stage to make Joe Biden not the nominee. Every sign is he wants to be the nominee, he wants to run again.
Well, and so it becomes a question of how best he can effectively campaign.
Yeah.
In seeking not just, ultimately the confirmation of the nomination, but a second term. And it's worth keeping in mind here. I mean, Joe and I are broadcasters. I've said things on air that I don't mean. I've said murders and acquisitions on more occasion than one. Donald Trump confused Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi just recently. Other people do this. This is not unusual for someone to say the wrong thing at the wrong time. It just all adds up to an optics problem specifically. When it's optics like this around facts you can't change, you're on camera saying these things, you're in writing in a DOJ report, calling into question your ability to recall to your memory, and you're 81, and you can do nothing about that number. What's the spin for the White House and the campaign?
Well, first of all, murders and acquisitions would be a great story. So
They made it in a blooper reel once,
let's do
actually.
Is there a terminal command for that?
That's right. There are two schools of thought here. One is that Biden is going to kind of campaign a little bit around the press, which is not uncommon in today's era. He's going to sit down for more friendly conversations, podcast this and that, as opposed to sitting down for a lengthy interview with a newspaper, with Bloomberg, with a network, turning down the Super Bowl, for instance. So that is the strategy they've been running. The other school of thought, which kind of actually got a little bit more juice in the last 24 hours, paradoxically, is, for lack of a better phrase, the let Joe be Joe camp. Get him out there, these people around him who believe that he is totally in great shape, who think he's so sharp, who say that in private meetings his recall is remarkable, his grasp of these complex foreign situations in particular is remarkable. That's what Democratic aides and allies of him tell you. And then the question, of course, is, okay, so why don't you let him do that more in public? And so I think that is the tension that they're going with right now. If we're going to have gaffes, do you have them when you're flooding the field with Joe Biden talking about stuff that they want him to talk about? Or do you claw back, have, more microdosing of Biden, and therefore any one gaffe will stand out a little bit?
Is this the coolest guy in the room? When does Josh Wingrove get his own show? I could listen to you all day long.
Microdosing. Yeah. Microdosing Josh Wingrove
just
today.
Introduced microdosing Joe Biden on Balance of Power. Thank you for coming to see us. You're wonderful. Bloomberg White House correspondent Josh Wingrove, the stylings of Wingrove here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. As we put a finer point on this, Kaylee, as you mentioned, we spoke with Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. yesterday. We heard from her a little bit earlier in the program. Daniel Fried is with us now, former ambassador to Poland, former assistant secretary of state for Europe, to get a better sense of the needs for Ukraine, but also the timeline, because it looks like this isn't going to happen very quickly. And Ambassador, it's great to have you back with us. Appreciate your time as you look at a potential slow roll here on Capitol Hill. How worried should Ukraine be about being left alone, abandoned by its Western allies?
Being abandoned by its Western allies is not going to happen. The Europeans are standing with Ukraine. The question is whether the United States will abandon Ukraine, which would be an appalling defeat for American interests. Not since the years before World War II will the U.S. have failed to support security and freedom in Europe, as is apparently what some in Congress want. But yesterday's vote was a piece of good news. That's 67 senators in support of assistance to Ukraine. That's something to work with. The faster it goes through, the better off American interests will be.
Well, as we think about American interests, this was something that the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. spoke with Joe and I about last night. She essentially tried to characterize Ukrainian interest as very aligned with American interest, that basically all of this is about democracy. And just take a listen, if you will, Ambassador, to some of what she told us in this conversation. Here she is.
We have to also show that we can stay the course. And again, today, even though the discussions were difficult, even though it's an election year, of course, there are all, in every country, internal issues that needs to be addressed. But I was so happy to see that, it was a very strong bipartisan support. And not yet a final, of course,
Yeah.
just the first step in the right direction.
So referring there, Ambassador Fried, to the step the Senate took yesterday, the procedural vote to move forward the supplemental package that would include aid for Ukraine. But to go back to the point you were making about how Western allies are not going to turn away from Ukraine because some of those Western allies are European countries, which are very much still there to support. How much can Europe do, though, if the U.S. decides, if the House of Representatives were to decide, no, we're done? Can Europe really pick up the slack of the United States?
No. Europe doesn't have the weapons or the military industry to make up the shortfall if the U.S. drops out. Europe does have the money, and European leaders have, and European parliamentarians have told me directly that they need to replenish their stocks. They need to replenish their stocks and are willing to pay for it. So this is a question not of European resources or political will, but physical possibilities. Combined, the U.S. and Europe together can help Ukraine fight off the Russians and maybe do much better this year than last year. But the U.S. has to get in the game. This doesn't mean U.S. soldiers on the ground. The U.S. play here is to use our resources, the old arsenal of democracy, to help the Ukrainians fight the good fight. And they can succeed. They can succeed in holding off the Russians and taking the fight to the Russians, especially in areas of Ukraine that Russia occupies. But we have got to do our part.
Ambassador, we spoke with Oksana Markarova about the dual needs for manpower and weaponry, and she made it clear that the ask for the U.S. here, this is about money for weapons, specifically missiles, even more specifically interceptors. If we gave them everything they wanted and needed in this case, though, where do they find the soldiers to fight the war?
Ambassador Makarova really is good, and I think the excerpt of the interview you played shows that. Mm-hmm. The Ukrainians are now debating whether they have to call up more of their young men to fight. That's a decision they're going to have to make. But calling up their young men to fight doesn't do any good if they don't have the weapons. The Ukrainians are beginning to make more of their own weapons, and they're doing so in collaboration with European countries. But they need the American weapons. We can provide them. If we do, there is a reasonable chance that the Ukrainians can hold off the Russians on the ground and take the fight to the Russians using longer range rockets and defend themselves in their interior using anti-aircraft systems. There is a reasonable theory of relative Ukrainian success that's available. It's not a long shot. It's a realistic shot, but we have to get off the dime and do what's needed. And by the way, this is not a case of the U.S. supporting a country that doesn't want to fight to save itself. This is a case of the United States needing to support a country that wants to save itself, that is willing to fight, is not asking us to fight for it, but is fighting in common cause with us and in the name of European security. This is a good thing.
Well, to that exact point, Ambassador, about it being Ukrainian soldiers fighting so that U.S. soldiers don't have to, that's not necessarily the case if Russia were to attack a NATO country, and Article 5 comes into question, where the U.S. may have to engage in that case. Denmark's defense minister has said within the last 24 hours he thinks Russia could attack a NATO country within 3 to 5 years. Does that timeline seem accurate to you? Does the fate of Ukraine depend on what that timeline might actually look like?
Well, the fate of Europe depends on how well we do in helping the Ukrainians fight off Russian aggression. If Putin thinks he can succeed, he might well consider an attack on one of the U.S. allies in the Baltics to seize some territory and to help take down NATO. Putin is playing a very serious game. We can defeat him. This is not inevitable. But if you listen to the Tucker Carlson interview with Putin, and I've listened to it all, it is Putin in his triumphalist mood. He thinks he's winning. He thinks history is on his side. And it is clear, if you know how to read it, that he will not stop with Ukraine. This is something the Biden administration has pointed out and something many NATO countries have pointed out. Putin will not necessarily stop with Ukraine if he thinks the U.S. will not defend Europe and if he thinks that NATO is a paper tiger.
All right, we will leave it on that note. Thank you so much for joining us today, Daniel Fried, the former ambassador to Poland. We appreciate your time. This is Bloomberg TV and Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, 121. The time right now on Wall Street. The Dow, lower, S&P, NASDAQ, they are both powering higher with the S&P 500 index. Best level of the day right now at 5,019 on the S&P. The big question, are we going to close above that level? But right now, the S&P up 21 points, higher by 0.4%. Again, the S&P at 5,019. We've got NASDAQ up 183, higher now by 1.2%. Cisco Systems is said to be cutting thousands of jobs as the largest maker of computer networking equipment restructures its business to focus on high-growth areas. Cisco Systems shares up now by just about 0.5%. 10-year yield 4.17% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.48%. Gold down $9 the ounce at $2,025, a drop right now of 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil right now up 0.5%. 76.64 for a barrel of WTI. Absolutely cannot ignore Bitcoin today, ripping higher. Bitcoin right now up 5.7%. Bitcoin now at 47,939 on Bitcoin. Nvidia stock has rallied so much this year that it is now threatening to overtake Amazon to become the 4th most valuable American company. Nvidia right now up by 3.1%, while shares of Amazon up by 2.6%. Again, recapping, S&P at a record, up another 21 points, now at 5,019. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that, Joe and Kaylee, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power. I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. That was Joe Biden who said that, not me. Last evening, in an emotionally charged news conference, keying off the phrase, Kaylee Lines, in the special counsel's own report, describing him as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. He checked that last part.
Yes, he did. And of course, that wasn't the only line that referenced his memory in the special counsel's report. He talked about how his memory was worse in the interviews with the special counsel and his team than it was when he was speaking with his ghostwriter years before that, saying he couldn't recall important years in which he was vice president, when his son died. And we know that the death of Beau Biden is a very sensitive subject, of course, to the president. And he took specific issue with that last night as well.
And so he emerged in a hastily scheduled news conference, pretty late for him as well. Some Democrats today, allies of the president, think he should not have done it.
Well, and there remains a question, and especially the answering at the very end of questions around the Middle East, in which he mistakenly identified Egyptian President al-Sisi as the president of Mexico, another gaffe that is really being clung to this morning as these questions around his memory are just intensifying, or the perception at least that there is an issue here. And on that note, let's assemble our political panel. Rick Davis is with us. He is Bloomberg Politics contributor and, of course, partner at Stone Court Capital. And Lincoln Mitchell with us as well. He's a political analyst and a lecturer at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. So, Lincoln, just to begin with you, obviously these issues around the perception of Biden's age and mental acuity are not new to just the last 24 hours since this report came out 3 days ago. NBC ran a poll that showed 62% of people have major concerns about his age and acuity and ability to be president for a second term. There were more than that who said they have at least major or minor or moderate or minor concerns about that. This has been the reality for some time now, and the Democratic Party has only doubled down on Biden as their candidate. Are we going to see that proven out to be a mistake?
Well, one way to think about this election is one party is running an old man who is in poor physical health and declining mental facilities, and then the Democrats are nominating Joe Biden, right? So both of these candidates are essentially too old. Both are, I think Biden is kind of in a normal state of mental decline for a man his age. I'm not a doctor. I do have elderly relatives, et cetera. And Donald Trump is somebody who is facing much more profound psychological and mental challenges. That seems obvious to me, but I want to make another point here. There's no such thing as the Democratic Party. There's no such thing as the Republican Party. There aren't 12 wise old men and women sitting in a blue room somewhere or a red room somewhere making these decisions. Joe Biden is making.
But there is a DNC and an RNC.
There's a DNC, and they are completely powerless in both these situations to do something about it. Ronna McDaniel or Jamie Harrison on the Democratic side can't pound his fist on the table and say, Joe Biden, you can't run. And I want to make another point here. One of the reasons Joe Biden, we hear this a lot, Joe Biden has to run for re-election because Kamala Harris is unpopular. The causality there is wrong. Kamala Harris is unpopular because Joe Biden has to run for re-election. Let me explain. Joe Biden made sure that Kamala Harris would be unpopular, making it clear she was not part of his inner circle, giving her assignments that were essentially impossible, pushing her aside, because had she been as popular, and now as she was at the time of the election, it would have been tremendous pressure to go for him not to run. There's no scenario, there never was, where he gracefully steps aside. Nobody spends 40 years running for president to serve one term. Now, the real problem is that in summer of 2019, when Biden announced he was in the race, the best case scenario is that we would be here today, because the worst case scenario was that he would have gotten the nomination and lost. So the Democratic leadership, Joe Biden, we've gotten ourselves into this position, and there's no easy way out, and there's certainly no easy way out now. The only way out is to make the contrast with Donald Trump. If you want to place an opinion piece in an elite media outlet in the United States, you have to write something like Joe Biden has to talk about his accomplishments and make the argument for a second term. If you actually tell that to Joe Biden as a consultant, that's malpractice. He has to remind people of how dangerous, unhinged, avaricious, and authoritarian Donald Trump is. Otherwise, Biden will lose.
All right, Rick Davis, you're a specialist on political stagecraft. Should Joe Biden have come out last night, or did he just make it worse?
Yeah, I keep things simple. Sure, he could have come out last night, but he shouldn't have come out mad. I mean, nobody wants to see an angry old man screaming into the cameras. I mean, that's so depressing. I mean, like, regardless of how emotional he was about being mistreated by this special prosecutor, you know, the people around him need to have the ability to say, absolutely not, until you calm down. You're not going in front of cameras for any reason. I mean, like, he needs to be the happy warrior, not the angry guy. The angry guy is Donald Trump. Where's that contrast? I mean, I liked the old man Biden when he was kidding about his age and said that, like, what was it? You know, he looks back on his career of 280 years. Now that's funny. I mean, like, we all want to see him say that, not like screaming at the press because he's been mishandled by his own Justice Department. I got to tell you, I mean, like, as a campaign manager, I think I would have been sticking nails in my eyes last night as he did this. And of course, what is his greatest offense? And he's been doing it his entire life. Oh, I'll take one more question. And it's always a gap. I mean, almost 100%.
It's always the last question.
Yeah, it's a pretty incredible pattern. Rick, to your point, though, about sometimes he just kind of takes the reality and decides to go with it. Think about Bidenomics. It was initially tied to him in a negative way, and they decided to take Bidenomics and try to spin it positive. Dark Brandon, they literally sell merchandise with the aviators and laser eyes now. Can you do that, though, with age and mental acuity when you're 81 and no one can do anything about the fact that you are 81? I mean, what is the way to spin this for this campaign?
Yeah, again, I mean, like, first of all, I do like Dark Brandon. So let me just say that I don't consider that angry. I consider that entertainment. And again, it's funny, right? I mean, like, why can't he be the happy warrior? Why can't he start every day thinking, wow, this is the greatest day of my life. I'm president of the United States. I've worked my entire career to be in this job, as Lincoln said. And, like, I live a dream job. This is like a positive thing. And the country is a great country for good. Versus the contrast with Donald Trump, which is, I've been robbed, I've got grievances, the world is horrible, our country is awful. I mean, like, I don't know why that isn't just obvious that in a place where 70% of the country doesn't like either one of them, if one's the nice guy who's trying to do good for everyone and the other is painting this dystopian, you know, future, then who do you think they're going to pick? It's not that hard to figure out.
Lincoln, when we look back now, a lot of people blame James Comey for Hillary Clinton losing the election. We've got a much longer amount of time here between this report and when people vote. But if Joe Biden were to lose this election, will her be blamed?
Well, maybe some will blame him, but there's no reason to blame her if Biden loses this election. I mean, we are now in February. The election is about 9 months away. There will be some other events in courts, for those of you who haven't been paying attention, between now and the election that will make this seem much less important. If Joe Biden loses this election, my sense is that the main person to blame is Joe Biden.
Okay, well, you mentioned events in courts, and there has been at least some buzz about perhaps the reason Nikki Haley is still in the race is because we don't really know whether or not Trump could get convicted of a crime between now and the election, or even now and the convention, what kind of lane of opportunity it may open for someone else to be the Republican nominee. Lincoln, in your mind, is it more likely that Trump won't end up the Republican nominee or that Biden won't end up the Democratic nominee come November?
Well, we should note that Nikki Haley, there's a saying in politics, you can't beat somebody with nobody. Nikki Haley proved that wrong because she lost Nevada primary 2-1 to none of the stated candidates, which of course was a Trump surrogate. What you're asking me, I'm a political scientist. I have a PhD in political science. Much to my mother's chagrin, I never went to medical school. Well, what you're asking me is a medical question, which is which of these candidates is most likely to have a major health crisis between now and the convention? And I just don't know. Because barring that, they will be the nominee, each of them in their party. I want to make, so I don't know. I mean, I guess if I had to say, I'd say, I don't know, I guess there's a 1 in 100 chance that Biden steps down and a 1 in 101 chance that Trump doesn't win the primary. One more point. If Trump is not the nominee, Nikki Haley will not be the nominee. Because in each state that happens, we are seeing slates of Trump electors. And the more of those states that go, those delegates, no, not electors, delegates, will then go to the convention. And if Trump says, for whatever reason, doesn't run, they're going to pick a MAGA candidate, not Nikki Haley. So you'll be looking at Don Jr., Tucker Carlson, some other maybe less unconventional thinking. Nikki Haley, I mean, so I should confess you, we talked a lot about the Super Bowl. I've been a 49er fan since the mid-1970s because I grew up in San Francisco. There is a chance that Kyle Shanahan calls me and said, listen, Brock Purdy's got a sore arm. Can you get to Vegas in time to play quarterback? I'm not planning my life around that. And I think Nikki Haley's presidential chances are about the same.
Wow. Haley. Look what you just started.
I didn't mean to.
Rick and Lincoln, what a great panel. Many thanks to both of you. Rick Davis, Lincoln Mitchell with us here, the panel on Balance of Power on a Friday. It all comes back to the Super Bowl today, doesn't it?
Everybody's got it on the brain.
I understand that, including Nancy Lyons. Let's get up to date with world and national news. We have a lot more to follow. News now with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. Israel is planning a massive ground offensive in Rafah, where many have fled during the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is asking his military to come up with an evacuation plan so that civilians will not be among the casualties. Israel says after more than months of war, Rafah is the last remaining Hamas stronghold in Gaza. Netanyahu has come under international criticism for endangering civilians during his offensive. Well, with more than 100 million people expected to tune in to the Super Bowl this weekend, advertisers are hoping the high ad spend is worth it. Federico Rossi is an associate professor of management at Purdue University and says Super Bowl ads need to pack a punch because they're so expensive.
They're funny, they are engaging, they are creating awareness really in a way that doesn't really, those commercials typically are sticking to your mind in a way that is different compared to other commercials.
Professor Rossi from Purdue. Companies will spend $7 million for 30 seconds of airtime this year. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got stocks powering higher. S&P 500 index very close to the best level of the day right now at 5,021. That is a gain of 0.5%. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio and Television to find out if we're going to close above that threshold. Right now, though, the S&P up 23, again at 5,020. A renewed rally in big tech sent the stock market to another record amid hopes that the Fed will soon be able to cut rates, bolstering the outlook for corporate profits. The Dow, though, in the red today, down 73 points for the Dow. That is a drop right now of 0.2%. NASDAQ powering higher, up 192 points, up 1.2%. Indeed, closing in on 16,000. Right now, we have got NASDAQ at 15,985. 10-year, 4.18%, with a 2-year that is now yielding 4.47%. Spot gold up 0.6%, 2023 the ounce. Big story today, Bitcoin up 5.5%, 47,847 right now on Bitcoin, and crude up 0.5%, 76.64 a barrel. Oil rallying after revisions to U.S. data confirm that inflation is ebbing, and that is boosting confidence that the Fed will cut rates later on this year. In the meantime, Cisco Systems said to be cutting thousands of jobs as the largest maker of computer networking equipment restructures its business to focus on high growth areas. That according to Reuters. And Cisco, by the way, will report earnings next week. Again, recapping, S&P at a record right now at 5,020. I'm Charlie Pellet. That, Kaylee and Joe, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. And as you just heard Charlie allude to, we got CPI revisions today, Joe. Not the monthly figures. We'll actually get the next monthly reading on CPI next Tuesday, which will be critically important. But the revisions at the end of 2022 were actually a bit problematic. They showed more inflationary pressures once you adjust seasonally than we all may have thought. Not so with this revision. It stayed the same, actually. 3.3% annualized rate for CPI core, Xing out food and energy. And that's pretty good news to a market that is rallying to a fresh record today on the S&P.
December's increase marked down 0.2 instead of 0.3. You know, it's interesting. We talk a lot about the fact that Joe Biden has not tweeted S&P 500. I just checked again. He hasn't tweeted anything since last night, or X'd, or whatever you call it. In fact, the most recent one was his invitation to that news conference we've been discussing. How about tweeting something like this? This is the kind of news that Joe Biden wants to be sharing, is it not?
Right. Just trying to get better marks on the economy.
Absolutely. David Weston understands this. He's worked in the communications business for a long time. The host of Bloomberg's Wall Street Week with us now for our weekly conversation here on Balance of Power. It's great to see you, David. Amtrak Joe, Uncle Joe, not one, as we've discussed, to be tweeting highlights on the stock market, but this data would fulfill the narrative that the White House is hoping to tell, doesn't it?
Well, I think you're exactly right. I would think that the White House would have breathed a sigh of relief on these revisions. As you know, some people on Wall Street were worried that, in fact, it would show more inflation than it did. And forget about the S&P 500. Certainly, as you call him, Amtrak Joe, is concerned about inflation and the prices being paid. And that's what these numbers really go to, is what are people paying? And they were reassuring. I mean, the goods inflation still stays over 3%, but actually even more disinflation in the area of services, which tend to be stickier. So this is, I think, pretty good news for him and maybe for the Fed as well.
Well, to your exact point, David, it may seem, judging on the language we have heard from not just Fed Chair Jay Powell, but other Fed officials in the last several weeks, that, okay, maybe they're not going to cut in March. But this kind of data, the fact that inflation pressures aren't higher than we thought, would still support the narrative that they're going to cut at some point this year, even if the market is pulling back on expectations of just how many cuts we might see.
Yeah, I don't pretend to be inside of Jay Powell's head, but it does strike me, if I were looking at these numbers, I might think, look, I don't have to cut because the economy is really going off a cliff, so the growth numbers are really strong, so I don't have to cut. But I do have the option to cut if I want to at some point, because I don't have to keep them as high to really stifle inflation, because inflation is coming down already. So in some ways, I think from Jay Powell's point of view and the Fed's point of view, that might be like a perfect balance for him.
To what extent, David, I know that the Fed would answer this one way and the White House might answer it one way, but to what extent are politics going to factor into the Fed's year ahead? We're in an election cycle, and you don't have Donald Trump tweeting angrily at Jay Powell, but clearly it's
plenty of senators do.
A lot of senators do. It's impossible to avoid the noise, isn't it?
Well, two questions. To what extent will politics factor in? I'm not sure about that. To what extent will everybody talk about politics factoring in? I guarantee you that's a bull market from here until November 5th, without a doubt. And as you know, the three of us are really trying to look at it through Wall Street Votes about how Wall Street's looking at this election, what it could mean. We've had various people come in and talk about what it would mean if Donald Trump got back in the White House or if Joe Biden had another 4 years. And we talked to somebody who had a bit of a different point of view, Scott Besson, who founded actually Key Square Capital. He used to be actually George Soros's chief investment officer, so he knows something about what he's talking about. He's done an analysis. He thinks, number one, we already have a Trump rally in the stock market. That's what we're seeing in the stock market because the market is discounting a Trump presidency. Number two, that Janet Yellen and the White House, as you'd expect, are doing everything within their power to goose this economy. But number three, and this is the one that surprised me, he actually suggested that maybe the Fed is not as apolitical as many of us think. This is part of what he said.
I think you could say the Fed has an implicit bias that, they're mostly based in D.C., 91% of the people in D.C. vote Democrat, so, they do have an implicit bias. And, Jerome Powell's made no mistake that he probably wants to be reappointed. Donald Trump has said he would not reappoint him. So, there's a bias there. It may not be as overt as Treasury, but there's a bias.
Now, I don't want to represent that's a typical view on Wall Street. I'm not sure that it is, but it is a point of view that you should take into account. There are a couple of issues here, obviously. The people in the FOMC don't all live in Washington, D.C. Whatever you think about people who live in Washington, D.C. being pro-Biden. And there's a lot of other factors in here. I can't quite believe that Jay Powell is just lobbying for his reelection. But there are people who are thinking that, and certainly who are thinking the Fed doesn't want it to be their fault, whatever happens in November. So they got to be careful what they do between now and November, that it doesn't appear that they have put their thumb on the scales.
Well, David, as if on cue, the Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic is speaking right now and actually just said, the Fed is apolitical and will do what is right for Americans. It's like he hears us.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and by the way, in talking to Scott Besson, I started by saying, well, we all agree it's not political, right? He said, no, I don't agree. And that's when he surprised me. And I said, oh, really? He said, no, I think there's an implicit bias. And obviously the Fed would say that. I believe personally they believe that as well. Now, we all know we may have biases that we don't fully recognize, and so I don't know exactly what the orientation is. And we have had, I think, 3 appointments, right, by President Biden of members to the Fed now who come from a particular point of view.
And David, I'm just looking back here at my notes now, not on the point that Besant was making about the Fed, but about what he said about Trump winning being discounted right now in the market, because Trump himself has said this on Truth Social at the end of January. He said, this is the Trump stock market because my polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win and that will drive the market up. It's interesting to hear someone on Wall Street agreeing with him on that.
Well, and he has some analysis, actually. I can't show it to you on radio, but there's an analysis that he has with a graph with an outside research of it that actually is quite telling over the course of 2023 when the presidential polls for Biden tend to go up, the S&P tends to go flat or even a little bit down. Whenever Trump seems to be gaining in the polls, the S&P 500 goes up. Now, Scott Besson, in fairness, says, look, I'm not saying this is scientific. I'm not sure we've got enough data, but there are some indication, actually, that the market's saying that, and in part because they had that experience in 2016. We all remember how the market just fell off the edge of the table when it became clear that Donald Trump would be president, and then it bounced back and really did very well. And what he was saying is, basically, the market's thinking that will be repeated.
Well, good history there. David Weston, what do you have coming up otherwise on Wall Street Week tonight?
Well, we're going to spend some time on alternative investing, one of our favorites with Julius Salisbury. He has gone from Goldman Sachs over to 6th Street, and alternatives have really become a very big deal. And, of course, in your neck of the woods, we've got Sheila Bair, who used to be the head of the FDIC, talking about what went on this week with New York Community Bank, as well as those proposed regulations coming to the bank regulators to put some more capital requirements on the banks and whether that's really going to hurt them. So we're going to talk about all that tonight and some more.
Very nice. Well, of course, it was a big topic of conversation on Capitol Hill this week as Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, was testifying in both the House and the Senate. So it'll be great to get a Wall Street take on it. David Weston, host of Wall Street Week, which airs tonight, 6 p.m. on Bloomberg Television. Thank you so much for joining us, as he always does on Fridays, which, by the way, Joe, TGIF.
It is when we see David Weston, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Bring Wall Street Week. We have more left here on Balance of Power. Straight ahead.
Got to talk about the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Of course.
We're going to play the odds with Kaylee Lyons, a true football fan, coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons on Bloomberg Radio.
With a Super Bowl deadline for senators who are stuck here in Washington to finish their work, as if there was some accountability for what happens here in elected office. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons on Bloomberg TV and Radio, the Friday edition of Balance of Power. This brings us back, Kaylee, to the funding bill for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan. Whether they can get this cloture vote done before kickoff on Sunday night remains the question.
They do well with a deadline.
We
know that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure for football fans especially, they're really going to feel that deadline seriously. It's just a question of, this is the United States Senate we're talking about. In order to move things quickly, you need unanimous consent. And Rand Paul at least doesn't seem like he wants to move anything quickly. And I wonder if a 49ers Chiefs matchup changes his mind when he's from Kentucky.
That's a great question. I don't know, but Chuck Schumer says they won't leave until this is done. There's a 2-week recess looming as well, apparently.
Very true.
Going to be taking. But we'll see if they get their football game in, because there will be politics had at the Super Bowl as well.
Yeah. Las Vegas is not just going to be a place where people are putting money down to bet on the Chiefs or the 49ers. They also could be putting money down to bet on candidates and who they'd like to see win. Kate Ackley, who reports for Bloomberg Government, has a great story out on this. You can get it on the Bloomberg terminal and online as well. Kate, just how many political fundraisers are going to be happening in Las Vegas ahead of the Super Bowl?
Well, I don't know if I have a full exact number, and we know that some of the senators may be having to cancel or reschedule theirs. But there are several on the books. Yeah, there are several on the books. We know about a few of them for sure. Congressman Steve Horsford, who's from Nevada, of course, is taking this opportunity and has basically an entire weekend of events set up to benefit his leadership PAC. And then he is the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, and the Congressional Black Caucus PAC also has several events happening over this weekend. And then, of course, Californian Eric Swalwell, he's got people he invited. You have to root for the 49ers if you want to go to his fundraiser, because he said, that's who they're rooting for.
Got to show up in swag.
Money. Yeah.
This is just, a day after Donald Trump won the Nevada caucus, not to
Correct.
be confused with the primary that Nikki Haley did not win. He's got his own hotel there right off the strip. Kate, you surprised he's not doing a big fundraiser, showing up at the game?
Well, I guess we'll have to see. I mean, maybe he can get something on the books right now. I know one of the fundraisers is happening at Caesar's Palace, so a different venue, but the other group that's out there that's real active this whole week has been the American Gaming Association, which obviously represents casinos and the sports betting industry. And, sports betting has become, legal and huge. And many millions of Americans are expected to put money down on this game. And so the sort of gambling industry is also out there doing events and trying to bring attention to what that industry has become.
Well, speaking of betting, I guess you could place a couple bets on what's going to happen in the Senate this weekend as well. You could bet the spread, how many votes will actually ultimately pass a supplemental or not. You could bet whether or not it's actually just going to pass. Keep it a simple one.
Where do I place those bets?
They should have that. I don't know if it's like DraftKings or FanDuel or
Absolutely.
the Washington
Get on
version.
board.
But
Right.
Kate, if you had to place a bet on whether or not a supplemental package can pass the Senate in the next 2 days before the Super Bowl, what are the odds?
On the spot.
Well, I am not a betting person.
Fair enough.
When it comes to the Senate, I think I have a conflict of interest.
Fair enough.
She knows better than that. Kate, it's great to see you. Whatever your plans are for the game, I hope you have fun. I think the event at Caesar's Palace is the one. That's the CBC event. That's going to be the party based on the looks of the invitation here. Caesar did not actually live there.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that little bit of information. But when we talk about the Super Bowl, this is Bloomberg. We talk a lot about money. We talked a lot about how expensive it is to run ads, like a 30-second ad, something like $7 million.
That's right, yeah.
I want to talk about something else with Carol and Tim, though, and this relates to money. Brock Purdy, the starting quarterback of the 49ers.
I love you.
Made $870,000 this season. Patrick Mahomes made $44.5 million.
I love that you love sports as much as you do and know it. It just warms my heart. And I really thought what you were going to talk about, because you were talking about betting on politics and others, how many Taylor Swift related bets there are out there, because there are a lot.
I knew you would bring that up.
Like 89.
Beginning with 1989? Is that how many?
1989.
I don't know. I'm just a fan.
I didn't know I worked with a Swiftie over here.
Who isn't a Swiftie, Carol? Come on.
It's like how many times you're going to see her during the game, during the MVP speech. Does she get a shout out, assuming Travis Kelce gets it and they win?
Right.
There's a lot of good
I
stuff.
feel like this is putting the cart before the horse, Carol. We don't know who's going to win.
I'm a forward-looking kind of gal. What can I
We don't even know if Taylor's going to make it
She's
from Tokyo.
gonna make it.
I'm confident she'll make it. I'll put money on that bet.
That's the first bet, though, right? If you're playing odds, the money is on whether she's going to actually make it to the game. Now, imagine what the entrance is going to be like.
Yeah.
This is going to be a huge motivator.
It
And
would
then the
be
next
like
bet will be whether he
It's a parlay.
makes the first touchdown.
First bet is whether Taylor Swift shows up. Then it's the number of times that she's shown. Then Travis Kelce, whether or not he shouts her out. You could do.
So we're talking about the
Whole
Super
parlay.
Bowl, guys, as you can guess, and a little bit of Taylor Swift. We're also going to talk about the great CPI revision. I'm going to bring it back to that Bloomberg audience. Got to go there to our core.
I love that.
Leave it to Carol.
Yeah, I'm guessing prices will not be down at the Super Bowl.
Wait, who do you guys want to win? I want Kaylee. Who do you want to win?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I mean, I would say the Chiefs, but I feel like that's the obvious answer because every millennial is going to want the Chiefs to win.
All I can say is I'm done with the halftime stuff. I want a brass band on the field. That's
Usher
what's
fan here.
important to me this weekend. Carol and Tim, a lot more to follow. Kaylee, I'll meet you at 5 o'clock on Balance of Power. Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer.
I love looking at different things that are going on in our economy. The Fed president's kind of battle it out about what's going to happen next.
And Tim Stenevec.
This story really struck a chord with me. The cost of education. Consumers are out there spending money. They have jobs, and they're continuing to spend money.
On Bloomberg Radio.
We made it, everybody. TGIF, and a very good afternoon. Live on Bloomberg Radio and television, on YouTube, and of course on Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec, and I'm kind of glued still to my Bloomberg terminal. 5020 on the S&P 500. So we are on track to finish above 5,000 for the first time. We briefly touched it yesterday. Late yesterday, and then kind of went right back off.
Hey, there's still 2 hours to go, Carol. We don't know what's going to happen. Anything can happen before the market closes. Hey, speaking of anything happening, well, did anything happen when it comes to the CPI revision, the great CPI revision? We're going to dive into the details of that in just a bit.
I feel like you don't need a drum roll with that one, but we'll get into it.
But it was still like Fed friendly.
It's still important.
It's Fed friendly.
Yes, exactly. All right, President Biden, maybe not so friendly when it comes to Israel, escalating his criticism. We're also going to get into Russian President Vladimir Putin and why he invaded Ukraine. He did give an interview. We've all been talking about it. Geopolitics are definitely front and center for us on this Friday.
And tax season is upon us. I think some people would call it not the most wonderful time of the year, but our guest this hour certainly finds an exciting time for his business. Jeff Jones, the CEO of H&R Block, is going to be joining us. Earnings, too. They reported this week, so we're going to dive into all that.
Yeah, he's got a great window into certainly Main Street as well as small business, so looking forward to that conversation. Ahead of Super Bowl 58, a most read story on the Bloomberg. It's on the NFL succession crisis that is forcing teams to let private equity in. So we're going to get into that. And then also it's time we talked about all those Taylor Swift Super Bowl bets. There's a lot of them. We just we're playing around with Joe and Kaylee, so we're going to dig into that.
That's a record, Carol. Only 2 minutes into the program, you're already talking about Taylor Swift, so we got that. Also, another most read on the Bloomberg terminal, and it's about the great retirement wave hitting after the late 2023 stock rally. We'll give you the details on those demographics.
All right, lots to come, folks, over the next 60 minutes. First up, a check on the day's trade and your top business stories. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. I got you covered. We're on track for 5 weekly gains in a row on the S&P 500 index. As Carol mentioned, above 5,000. Right to the numbers here. S&P at 5,020. That is a gain of 23 points. We're up now by about 0.5%. The Dow lower now by 0.6%, down by 0.2%, lower by 60 points, I should say. We've got NASDAQ up 184, up by 1.2%. Your 10-year, 4.18%. The 2-year, 4.48%. Gold down $11 the ounce to 2023 drop there of 0.5%. Crude up 0.6%, 76.69 a barrel. Bitcoin certainly cannot ignore that today, up 4.8%, 47,536 right now on Bitcoin. A record number of wagers on the 49ers and the Chiefs will take as to who's going to take home the Super Bowl trophy. Has Wall Street betting that gaming stocks will be the victors of football's biggest nights. Roughly 68 million Americans are expected to gamble, a record $23.1 billion. Among some of those gaming names today, we've got shares of Caesars pushing higher. Caesars up now by 1.7%, and DraftKings up by 2.4%. MGM up by 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, if you gambled on some major revisions, CPI revisions, you got it wrong, folks. We gave everyone a heads up on it, to be fair, and it did kind of turn out to be a little bit of a dud, and yet a good dud when it comes to the Fed's fight on inflation.
Okay, so here are the details. Earlier today, we got CPI revisions that confirmed U.S. inflation progress at the end of last year. More specifically, U.S. inflation was about the same at the end of last year as initially reported, this after incorporating annual revisions. That's according to new data published earlier today. Consumer prices, excluding food and energy items, rose at a 3.3% annualized rate in the final 3 months of 2023. That matched, Carol, the previous reading.
So net, good not to see a spike or some big changes to the upside. So what you need to know, what is interesting, too, about any kind of U.S. rate reaction today. Back with us is Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul, joining us here in studio, looking like a lumberjack. And kind of say I kind of love it. Lumberjack Friday. Having said that, we gave everybody a heads up. It could have been important, right, if the numbers came in hot. But first of all, tell us about the revisions. Break it down for us and what really mattered here.
Well, so I think that the initial take that everybody had that it's a bit of a nothing burger might actually overstate the lack of importance of the revisions. So yes, as you were saying, Tim, it stayed 3.3% annualized over the last few months of the year, but that's largely because a lot of the components that saw revisions ended up canceling each other out. So for example, there was relatively less core goods deflation at the end of last year than previously reported, but a little bit more disinflation in core services. And that also includes core services excluding shelter. If you then take those components and you map them to, say, core PCE or super core PCE, which matters most for the Fed, you actually do get a little bit more disinflation momentum at the end of the year than was previously reported, than we were previously estimated. That's right. That is a good thing. That does lead towards an earlier cut, an April 30, May 1st FOMC meeting cut.
Okay. Does it change the way that the vast majority of market participants are thinking about the Fed cutting?
You could just think about the action that we saw over the past week, right? So there was almost half a cut for 2024 that was stripped out over the course of this week. So we get these revisions late in the week, everybody's fading them a little bit, but they actually do favor cuts this year. So it's one of those developments where everybody had been looking at the data, looking at a strong ISM services print, thinking maybe the Fed isn't going to need to cut, or maybe the Fed just won't cut as much as they were previously thinking. But if you map the inflation revisions to PCE space, where the Fed is mostly looking at core PCE space, there is more of a little bit of a reason to cut earlier in the year.
It's interesting if you look at the rate charts, because we did see a big kind of dive down, not dive, but a blip to the downside, right, as these numbers were coming out, and then we kind of kicked off of them. So basically what? Investors saying, okay, good, it's not worse, right? And maybe even some, as you dig deeper into the data, even maybe some more upside showing improvement in terms of inflation, and yet we're kind of moved back to where we were beforehand.
I think that's right. I think that in the broader scheme of macro space, in the broader scheme of U.S. macro, it's a gangbusters January jobs report that matters. It's what we're anticipating for January CPI, which comes out next week. That's what matters. It's still a strong end to Q4 GDP that we saw a couple weeks ago that matters. But this is incremental progress, and it does matter for one of the most important indicators that the Fed looks at.
So I think the big question that I have is looking forward to next week, if it tells us anything about what we can expect from CPI next week, and if you think we're going to get any data that isn't necessarily Fed-friendly.
So it does play a little bit into what we can expect for next week. We had been getting a lot of deflation in core goods that had been coming a lot from autos in particular. Now a lot of folks are going to start revising their estimates for how much deflation we're getting in used autos and what that can mean for January CPI.
Is this type of deflation okay?
It is. So core goods deflation is pretty typical. We've been seeing more core goods deflation than we saw pre-pandemic. And we even saw in our very own interview between Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and AMH, when they had Tom Barkin in studio, he even expressed a little bit of skepticism as to how long the extent of the current deflation in core goods can last. So the revision actually gets us more towards something that's a little bit more normal. So this sort of deflation is actually okay. But I think that folks are going to look at the revisions that we saw today and maybe adjust down the amount of deflation that they'll get in core goods and that they'll get particularly from autos. And so perhaps a little bit of an upward revision in what they're expecting for January inflation, but still likely just on around 0.2% month on month.
Net, good.
Net.
In terms of the Fed's fight on inflation.
That's right.
We get another read next week, but bottom line. Sometimes no news is kind of good news, if you will.
And it's not a nothing burger.
It's nothing.
Not a nothing burger. People called it a nothing burger.
We did want to follow through, and we're glad we did it with Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul joining us here in studio. Stuart, thanks so much. Appreciate it. We do also want to check in on geopolitics. There's a lot going on. You heard certainly Joe and Kayleigh talking about some of it on the U.S. side, but as we broaden it out, there are a lot of things going on. Among them, U.S. President Joe Biden criticizing the extent of Israel's military campaign in Gaza as tension builds over Israeli plans to push into Rafah, where more than 1 million people have sought refuge. He made, the president, making the comments last night in a wide-ranging press conference at the White House. Here's what he had to say.
The conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza.
That was, of course, U.S. President Joe Biden criticizing the extent of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. That was last night at the White House. The president's comments marked an escalation in his criticism of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's prosecution of the war against Hamas. For more, we turn now to Mark Champion. He's a Bloomberg Opinion International Affairs columnist. He joins us on Zoom in London. Mark, we want to go around the world with you, but we do want to start in Israel this afternoon. The significance of President Biden coming out and saying this, it certainly seems like he's continuing on a path of becoming more critical of Israel. What did you make of it?
Yeah, it's you know, he's been on a bit of a trajectory where he began after October 7 saying, we are with you no matter what, but as the casualties and the destruction in Gaza have increased, you've seen that an increasingly cautious tone creep in, with a lot of focus on trying first of all to get aid in, and then to get focus on getting the hostages out, and increasingly a focus on getting a pause, a truce in the fighting. And at the there are negotiations continuing, although we don't seem to be very close at the moment. There's certainly nothing imminent. So yes, this is another step up. At the same time, he hasn't said anything about restricting arms sales to Israel or anything of that sort. So nothing really substantive has changed yet.
Right, kind of guns speaking louder than words. And I do think about that, right, Mark, in terms of whether it's support of Israel or whether it's support of Ukraine, what the U.S. does says a lot about their policy. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yeah, absolutely. It is critical. Probably the thing is that Israel, the conflict in Gaza is on a different scale, and the opponent is on a totally different scale from what Ukraine faces in Russia. So, Israel can get by without a lot of military aid being, additional aid being pumped in from the U.S. With Ukraine, that's a whole different ballgame.
Well, let's stick with Israel for one more minute and talk more about the future of what happens in the Gaza Strip. I mean, with President Biden speaking like this, is there a chance that Israel does scale back what it's doing?
We haven't seen any sign so far that Netanyahu is very receptive to these kinds of nudges and hints. He has done some things that the U.S. wanted. He has, he did have a 7-day pause earlier on in the conflict. He did get more aid in at a time when there was virtually nothing getting in. So the U.S. has had some impact, but it's relatively limited. And I think there's a lot of concern now because they're really, once you move on Rafah, which is right on the Egyptian border. It is the place where people, would be able to get out if the border was opened. Once you move on there, there's really nowhere left for, the people of Gaza to go. And I think that is where the concern is. Egypt's now extremely concerned that this could end up with people just storming the border to get out of Gaza and get to safety on the Egyptian side of the border with it, which they are very, very determined not to have happen.
Hey, Mark, as you just noted a moment ago, the scale and risk of what faces Israel versus what faces Ukraine, it's different. And I want to go there a little bit more deeper in terms of Ukraine versus Russia right now. Russian Vladimir Putin giving an interview to Tucker Carlson. It's very clear what his intentions are here, correct? You write about this in a Bloomberg Opinion column.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a great opportunity for Putin, gifted to him by Tucker Carlson. He got to talk for well over 2 hours and to reach a big audience in the United States, a receptive audience in general. And he was able to set out, all of his narrative about, why he's in Ukraine, why he did it, what the implications are for the United States, what he thinks the United States should do and the Europeans should do, etc. And so this was quite valuable for him. How much impact it will have in the end, I don't know. But he got more than 2 hours to speak and didn't really get any hard questions or any pushback of any sort.
Did you learn anything about Vladimir Putin or Russia's intentions in that interview, Mark? You followed the conflict in the region very closely for years.
Yeah, no, there was really nothing new here for anybody who follows the conflict closely. What I found interesting was, the way in which Putin approached it. So when Tucker Carlson asked him a sort of a very leading question, saying, you thought that you had to invade Ukraine in February 2022 because you thought the United States might be coming to attack you in Russia. So why did you think that? And Putin essentially just ignored that question, which you would have thought was a lob where he could then, come back and say, yes, we were forced to do this by NATO, etc. It's a theme that he's, would come back to in the interview, and he's talked about, endlessly. But he spent the next half an hour in basically a monologue on Russian-Ukrainian history and describing why it is that in his view, Ukraine is not a country, and why it is that much of the territory that's currently Ukraine, he believes is in fact Russia. So that to me was quite telling. And I think, for people who don't follow it very closely and hear all this stuff about, how NATO pushed him to do it, I think that was actually quite worth listening to.
I mean, this is bottom line, Mark, right, about territorial conquest for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Again, there are, I think, folks sometimes who are far away from it. They're not over in Europe and think, okay, how does this impact me? Although we know that there's been some impact. Certainly, we've talked about it in terms of companies and other issues in terms of the markets. But having said that, you do wonder if ultimately President Putin wins here, then what's next, correct? And just got about 30, 40 seconds here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was asked that by Carlson, and he came back and said, it's ridiculous. Why would I, try to go into the Baltic states or anywhere else? This is unique, but unfortunately, he has a long, long history of saying, I'm not going to do stuff. I'm not going to annex Crimea. I'm not going to, go here or there. I'm not going to invade Ukraine. And then he does it. So, I think one needs to exercise caution.
Well, as you noted, a comment about fact-checking, a full fact check of the interview would take several columns. So it's important, right, that we understand exactly what's going on and your insight. So appreciated. Mark Champion, again with us, international affairs columnist at Bloomberg Opinion. Check out his column on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/opinion. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks pushing higher. S&P 500 index at a record best level of the day right now, 5,023, up by 25 points. That is a gain of about 0.5%. The Dow, though, does remain in the red, down 58, a decline right now of 0.1%. Nasdaq Composite Index surging 191 points, up 1.2%. The Russell 2000 up 1.5%. 10-year yield 4.18%. The 2-year 4.48%. Gold at $2,024 the ounce, down 0.5%. While West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.7%, 76.75 a barrel. Bitcoin up 4.5%, 47,377 right now on Bitcoin. So we've got the S&P 500 index holding well above 5,024 now, up by 0.5%. A renewed rally in big tech has sent the stock market to another record amid hopes that the Fed will soon be able to cut rates, bolstering the outlook for corporate profits. In the meantime, two of the nation's largest retailers, Walmart and Target, along with a pair of Democratic mayors, are supporting a campaign to roll back California's landmark criminal justice reform, which has been blamed for a spike in retail theft. Walmart shares lower now by 0.1%. Target shares lower now by less than 0.1%. Little change. So again, recapping, on track for a fifth week of gains on the S&P, up 26 now at 5,024, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So, all right, you know this. Super Bowl 58 is this weekend, 49ers versus Kansas City. You know all of that. Taylor, will she make it to the game in time? She's supposed to. You probably, Tim, know about that as well.
I think we all know everything.
Almost.
Yeah, that's why you got to place your bets now. Hey, did you know that the NFL was responsible for 93 of the 100 most watched TV broadcasts last year and brought in nearly $20 billion in revenue?
Serious money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
All right, well, the big money that is pro football, that has helped make NFL team owners super rich, has also created succession planning challenges. So enter perhaps private equity. It's all in one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg as we speak by Bloomberg News reporters, Business of Sports reporter Ira Boudway and Business of Sports reporter Randall Williams. Ira is here with us in studio. Randall is on Radio Row in Las Vegas ahead of the big game. Guys, great story, so timely. First of all, the wealth creation, the big business of pro football franchises has become unbelievable, and it's come a long way from its origins. Ira, let's start with you. I mean, it's now billion-dollar businesses.
Yeah, you're talking about an average value for NFL teams of around $5 billion now. So that is up sharply, obviously, from the origins when these were things that could be bought and sold for thousands of dollars 100 years ago, but also up even just over the last few years. You're talking about gains of 70%.
There are also, Randall, stories of family dynasties, and that's where I want to bring you in. You're on Radio Row right now in Las Vegas ahead of the Super Bowl. Talk a little bit about the storied families behind some of these teams and the way that their wealth has increased along with the value of these teams. I mean, these are actual literal dynasties.
Yeah, if you look at the Chicago Bears, started in the 1920s, and 100 years later, they still have the franchise. And the sport has only grown. You go back to the NFL, AFL merger, still growing. And now NFL's media rights deal is over $100 billion. And so with that, team valuations continue to rise, and the owners are only getting richer, but they need some help now.
I should know, Carol,
what?
The equivalent of basically buying that team in today's dollars, $180,000.
All right, so a little perspective.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about, good return on investment.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So, Ira, in the past, I grew up a New York Giant family, and the Wellington family, and the Mara family, excuse me. And so, they just kept passing it on from generation to generation. Why not continue that?
There's basically two problems here. One is just the old problem of estate taxes. When these, assets become so valuable, you're talking about potential bills for your heirs in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And if your wealth is tied up in that team, that's really, where your wealth lies, then you almost are forced to sell when it's passed to you, because how else are you going to come up with the money to pay the taxes on something like that? The other problem is that the NFL does not like to have ownership spread too widely. They like one voice. They need one controlling owner who's in the room when they make big decisions and makes one vote for every team. And they still have a rule that there has to be one person designated the boss, basically, at each team. So, and they want families to hold at least 30%, at least when you get in. And so that all means that it's really hard to pass these down. Basically, you've got to keep control, families squabble, and you have to deal with the tax bills. And sometimes also you need to raise money, to build a new a stadium or whatever it is. And again, your wealth is tied up in this asset that's not very liquid. So that is the issue that they're facing now.
Sounds like, as usual, the tax lawyers are the ones who end up being the winners here.
Or, Randall, private equity. So enter private equity. It's interesting. We had a guest yesterday, Antoine Dreen, founder at Triago. We're talking about PE in general and some of the trends. And we kind of joked about PE's love affair with sports, the NFL included, right?
Exactly. I mean, I spoke to Clark Hunt on Radio Row, and he said that's something that they've been actively discussing. And so I have some sources around that are expected to be approved in March. And, the official rules around it are still to be determined, whether that's minority stakes, majority stakes. But what we've been told is that if/when private equity gets approved for the NFL, that 6 to 8 franchises could sell stakes.
Well, talk to us about that timeline, Ira, because from my understanding, it's coming really soon.
Yeah, so the NFL meets every year in March. That's sort of the beginning and end of their fiscal year. And so they already formed a special committee of 5 owners to look at the question of bringing in private equity investors to allow institutional money, probably private equity, but maybe other kinds, sovereign wealth, who knows, into the league. And this is something the other leagues have all done already. So the NFL tends to go last. They like to watch, see how it works. We're talking most likely about minority passive stakes. But what would happen then is, what we're hearing is in March, they're going to say yes, they're going to open it up.
Okay, so if these owners indeed need liquidity to pay for passing the teams, Ira, why go with private equity? Why is that attractive rather than bringing in a handful of wealthy individuals who become minority owners, which I know has happened in the past with the Mets, for example?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an option, and you still see teams change hands because of succession, right?
But not even like changing hands totally. I mean, just bringing in minority owners.
I mean, part of the issue is basically the list of people who can even afford to buy a minority stake at this point is growing really short. And people who want to pay that kind of money for what you get with the minority stake, right? Because you are not you're not getting to call the shots, right? You're basically, and it's a very illiquid asset. So people do it, and there's value in it, and these teams appreciate, but it's not the easiest sell. There's not a ton of people necessarily, and the league has to approve each one of these people. So it does happen, and it's seen as a way to sort of be groomed to potentially become a control owner at some point. We see a lot of owners who, say, bought into the Steelers have gone on to become control owners on other teams. So it's definitely still a phenomenon and will continue. But private equity basically gives you this money that is sort of no strings attached, and they'll come in and they'll buy stakes in multiple teams, and they'll leave you alone. And offer their wisdom when they can, and then hopefully they'll take their return when there's an exit.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about, Randall.
How quiet an investor
is that
they?
Return, because private equity, they potentially have, partners who give them money who want to see a return on that investment. They have LPs. So what ends up happening when those investors want to see that return, if the NFL indeed does go through with approving this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is...
You're asking what's going to happen?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Randall. I'm asking what happens, like how do they see a return on the investment? Is it all just based on cash flows, or do they actually sell the stake at the end?
Ira, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of both. There may be dividends there that will satisfy them along the way, but I think it will increase the pressure for there to be more transactions, because really that is how you make your money with these assets. And I think that is what the fear is. So these funds that have been set up, that have worked with the NBA and others, they've done a lot of work to get approved, these Arctos, Dial, others, and they have basically said these are long-dated funds, we'll be patient. But I don't think that's endless, right? And I think how long is that date? It does inevitably create pressure, I think.
They could all just be like the Green Bay Packers and just sell it to fans.
Yeah,
just saying, it's a lot of, but fans would have to pony up big time. Hey, Randall, we'd be remiss though. I've been on Radio Row. It's a fun world. It's a crazy world. Just give us a little bit of a scene setter, the mood there, and kind of what everybody's talking about.
Listen, it's buzz. the thing. Everybody's trying to figure out who's going to win. It's a lot of betting talk. So many athletes. This is one of the most buzzing radio rows that I've been to, and the city of Las Vegas is putting on a hell of a week.
Yeah, well, it's funny that you went to betting, and that brings us to another story that you've got on the Bloomberg today about time to talk about those Taylor Swift Super Bowl bets. I feel like we have talked, unfortunately, a lot about that versus even the game, at least in the newsroom.
Or fortunately.
What do we need to know? We've got about a minute or so here.
Basically, what you need to know is if you see a prop bet on Taylor Swift or anything that is not related to the action on the field, if it's about the length of the national anthem, anything like that, you are probably dealing with an offshore sports book. The regulated books in the U.S., your FanDuel, your DraftKings, the regulators basically say you can't offer bets on random events, on things that don't happen on the field.
Taylor's not random, you know.
Well, it's
I
easily.
think they're in a committed relationship.
It's true, but for instance, are they going to kiss on the field? Is a bet being offered by an offshore book? That is an easily manipulated thing. Right. And also how many times you're going to be shown, that's a thing that CBS producers will have influence over. So you're trying to avoid things that are easily manipulated. So you keep it to like how many touchdowns will Travis Kelce score if you are working with a regulated sports book.
Just 20 seconds. Yeah. What's the problem with an offshore sports book?
The problem with an offshore sports book is basically you don't have any consumer protection, right? These are housed in Panama or other places like that. And it might be fine and it might not. But if it doesn't go well, you're kind of on your own.
It's a risk, right,
yes.
that you take.
Yes.
Some good stuff, as always. Really fascinating. I really do love just the private equity interest in sports overall, and it just continues to pick up momentum. Ira Boudway, he is Bloomberg News Business of Sports reporter. Check out his story. It's among the most read on the Bloomberg, a story he did with Bloomberg News sports reporter Randall Williams, who, as you know, is on Radio Row in Las Vegas from the Super Bowl, so we'll look forward to more of his reporting. Just watch your Taylor bets. Just telling you, offshore. You might make a bet and you'll have no return on that.
Okay, good to know, Carol. Get your sports book ready. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. Vice President Kamala Harris is defending President Biden. Her comments come after special counsel Robert Hur called into question Biden's memory in his report that cleared the president of any criminal charges connected with classified documents.
The way that the president's demeanor in that report was characterized could not be more wrong on the facts and clearly politically motivated. Gratuitous.
Harris says she was expecting a higher level of integrity from the special counsel. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is not finished with politics. He made an announcement on social media today saying he wants to elevate the political rhetoric.
I have made the decision to run for the United States Senate, not to serve one party, but to try to be part of the solution to fix our nation's broken politics and fight for Maryland.
Hogan is a Republican in an extremely blue state, but served 2 terms as governor. While senators remain in Washington this weekend to craft a foreign aid package, Ukraine is considering an alternate plan to fund its battle with Russia. It's looking at expanding domestic bond sales and imposing tax hikes and spending cuts, and will present a plan to the International Monetary Fund next week. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks continue to push higher, up another 28 points for the S&P 500 index at 5,026. Yes, we're at a record, up 0.6%. The year-to-date number, 5.3% for the S&P 500 index. The Dow does remain in the red, down 32 points now, down less than 0.1%. However, we've got the S&P pushing higher, again, best level of the day. NASDAQ up 202 points now, up 1.3%. 10-year yield, 4.18%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.84%. Gold down $9 the ounce to $2,025, down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%, 76.73 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now up 5.1%, 47,633 on Bitcoin. A renewed rally in big tech, sending the stock market to another record amid hopes that the Fed will soon be able to cut rates, bolstering the outlook for corporate profits. Cisco Systems said to be cutting thousands of jobs as the largest maker of computer networking equipment restructures its business to focus on high-growth areas, that according to Reuters. Cisco right now up by 0.4%. Recapping, S&P at a record, now up by 30 points, best level of the day. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, 'tis the season, tax season, and a big player in the space, H&R Block, reported earnings this past week on Wednesday. Shares, though, did fall nearly 11%, their biggest intraday drop since the onset of the pandemic in March of 2020 after the company reported second quarter results. The stock, though, I should point out, by the way, gaining 32% last year, is off 3% year to date. It's up about 3% today, and it did finish off its lows on Wednesday. So we're delighted to actually get into the business with Jeff Jones, once again, President and CEO of H&R Block, on Zoom from Kansas City, Missouri. Or should I say Missouri, because it's so clear in your red sweatshirt, if you will, who you are rooting for. I was going to say that till the end, Jeff, but it's nice to be transparent and get it out there. I guess you're excited about the game.
It's Friday in Kansas City, Carol.
Understand. Hey, listen, how are you? Talk to us a little bit about the business and what you guys saw last quarter and how things are evolving into the current quarter.
Yeah, no, great commentary to open. We had a really strong Q2. We're off to a great start to our fiscal year, and we're really seeing growth in all facets of the business. Small business tax, we had a really nice extension filing season. Our Emerald Advanced product performed very well, which actually speaks to some of the macroeconomic needs of the consumer. And our Spruce product is performing well. So the stock's kind of made almost a round trip since we announced on Wednesday, but we're feeling really well positioned for our Super Bowl season, which is tax season.
Well, we'll get into some of the products, because there might be some folks who are listening who are like, I'm not familiar with the Emerald Advanced product, but that's where you guys essentially give some loans, right, in advance of a file. Give us a little bit more on that color and what that tells you about maybe what's going on more broadly among Main Street consumers, individuals, and their financial health.
Absolutely. So our Emerald Advanced product is a short-term loan that we offer to consumers in the holiday shopping season. So last fall in our Q2, we saw a 25% increase in loan volume this year. And so, we've talked so many times together about recession. Is it happening? Is it not? How's the consumer? But when we see the consumer seeking these products, it really speaks to the fact that in an everyday life kind of way, they are in need of cash. And that's the role that the Emerald Advanced product plays.
Jeff, give us some more insight and color there, because we're right now flirting with records again on the S&P 500. The economic data continues to come in very strong. We know there are more jobs out there than people who are looking for jobs right now. The unemployment rate is sub 4%. Does that not match with what you're seeing from your customers?
This is the irony I think we've all been trying to contend with now for several years. I mean, I'm starting to believe that these broad labels we have about inflation or economy, even we see middle America, they're just too broad to speak to the everyday reality of consumers. And so I don't dispute all of that economic data that we see, but we serve 20 million people a year, hardworking Americans. We sit across a desk from them, or they use our software product. And when we see things like taking an Emerald Advance loan at a substantially higher rate, or we're in the season now for refund advances, or how quickly do people file their tax return, those are all very tangible indications that the consumer needs cash.
Well, later.
So I think we can.
Oh, go ahead.
Please.
No, Jeff, please finish.
I was just going to say, I think, we're learning that you can look at macro indicators, and those certainly provide direction from a company perspective, but every single day, how the consumer is needing cash, where they're spending it. We put out this report last fall called The Outlook on American Life. And this gave us really deep insight about middle America. And the first thing we learned was there isn't one middle America. We saw a Gen Z and a millennial middle America, and we saw a boomer middle America. Very different attitudes and mindsets toward jobs and wage growth and employment, more millennials than ever getting a second job. So yes, we have to pay attention to the macro, but obviously we see our customer behavior every single day. It's why we like talking to you, because we dig down. You mentioned the Emerald Advance product, so loans up 25% you saw in loan revenue. The Spruce product, right, that allows somebody to get access to their paycheck, right, a couple days earlier. Are you also seeing an uptick in that use? Spruce is really off to a nice start this year. And, there are several things about Spruce that I think are what's resonating. Remember, this product, it's only its second year in market. And so, we're offering the consumer to get their federal tax refund up to 6 days early when they deposit it on Spruce. So timing really matters. Very low or no fees on the product. A chance to learn about credit, a chance to build savings. So we're really positioning Spruce as a way to help the hardworking American be better with their money. And we're seeing the early signs of that really starting to resonate.
Jeff, you also serve small business owners, small businesses, so you have some good insight there. We like to talk to you about that. Give us an update on what you're seeing, because we know that small businesses account for 2 out of every 3 jobs that have been added in the past 25 years. What can you tell us about the small business community?
Incredibly resilient, incredibly creative. This is the backbone of America. It's why it's so important to us that we serve them the way we do. Our small business tax revenue was up 20% in the quarter. And so we're absolutely seeing small businesses, in many ways they are consumers. We're talking specifically at Block, small businesses, 9 employees or smaller. And so they've had to make shifts in how they think about selling and digitizing their business. Obviously, they're dealing with regulations about, how they deal with their business. But the small business mindset and the small business starts, we continue to see very strong. That's what I wanted to ask you, what you're seeing in terms of small business creation. You're seeing it more to the upside versus those shutting their doors? We are, absolutely. And obviously, many small businesses don't make it to their first year. But this is the entrepreneurial spirit of America. And when the labor market changes, we see more people create starts. And so we are seeing that. Remember, too, that from a tax perspective, if you're a consumer, but you have a side hustle, which more and more Americans are doing as a second job, that's a small business to H&R Block because they file what we call the Schedule C.
All
so
right.
We're seeing a lot of growth in the schedules.
Net, 30 seconds left here, Jeff. Recession, what are the words you use to describe the environment right now? You run a business, are you hiring? How do you describe it? And just real quickly, if you could.
We do not see recession. We know we have to get beyond the broad labels and manage the business in a local level. That's what we're focused on. But the consumer is resilient despite some of these pressures. They always find a way.
Are you hiring?
We are hiring. Yes, our business, we feel very good about how we're positioned. We have a lot of great jobs in AI and engineering and cloud.
Okay.
So absolutely, we're hiring.
And are you a fan of Taylor Swift? That's what we need to know.
Who cannot be a fan of Taylor Swift? But definitely a Chiefs fan.
All right, Jeff Jones, good to check in with you. President and CEO of H&R Block on Zoom from Kansas City, Missouri. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. First Energy has abandoned its 2030 target for slashing greenhouse gas emissions because coal plants can't be replaced in time, marking a major about-face in the movement to protect the climate. First Energy shares are up today. They're advancing now by 3.5%. Expedia shares now plunging by 17%. Expedia reported gross bookings of $21.7 billion in the fourth quarter, missing analysts' average estimate of $22 billion. Room night growth also came in short of expectations. Again, Expedia down now by 17.2%. Video game company Take-Two Interactive Software has slashed its full-year net bookings forecast below consensus estimates. Take-Two moving lower by 7.7%. PepsiCo this morning gave a full-year sales forecast that fell short of analyst estimates as it reported a drop in volumes in the North America beverage and Quaker Foods units. The company said sales growth should be at least 4% on an organic basis in 2024. Analysts were expecting 5.2% growth. PepsiCo shares down now by about 2.8%. Pinterest shares lower after fourth quarter revenue missed analyst estimates following social media peer Snap in suffering from sluggish sales. BASF is accelerating a planned divestment from two joint ventures in China's Xinjiang region following reports of alleged human rights violations. The German chemicals company did not say when the sale of its stakes in the two companies would be complete after having started the process during the last quarter. ADRs of BASF down by 1.2%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Carol Masser. And let's head to Washington, D.C. now for a check of the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the 99.1 Newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. The White House is ramping up damage control following the special counsel's report on President Biden's handling of classified documents. Biden will not be charged, but the special counsel, Robert Hur, took jabs at Biden, calling him a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Vice President Kamala Harris is defending her boss.
When it comes to the role and responsibility of a prosecutor in a situation like that, we should expect that there would be a higher level of integrity than what we saw.
Harris says Hur's criticisms of Biden were gratuitous. This is Super Bowl weekend with the San Francisco 49ers taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. CBS sports analyst Tony Romo explains what 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy will need to do to defeat Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
He is gifted far more than people even realize. Can he overcome the nerves, and can he overcome this aura that Patrick has built?
Tony Romo will be analyzing the game for CBS Sunday night. About 16 million of us are expected to come down with Super Bowl flu on Monday. That's according to the UKG Workforce Institute. In fact, so many employees call off on Super Sick Monday. Petitions and lawmakers in some states are even trying to make it an official holiday. The Institute says around 14.5 million adults have admitted to lying about being sick after the Super Bowl. 11% of them are managers. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
Nancy, I think I'm coming down.
And I will be here Monday.
Or you're just laying it down out for everybody. I'm feeling like something's coming on.
All right, we're going to hold you to your word, Nancy Lyons.
Okay.
Enjoy the weekend.
All right, so listen, everybody's it'll be interesting, like who doesn't show up. I'll be here. We'll be here.
Will you?
Yeah, I think so. Planning to be, unless something,
5-day week next week, okay.
I'm just going to eat a lot of nachos. That's all I'm going to do Sunday. Hey, one more thing we wanted to get to.
Yeah.
Another great retirement wave hitting the United States after the stock rally that we've seen really in the last couple of months, really since late last year.
This is a really interesting one. It speaks to kind of the demographic shift that we're seeing in the way that A stock rally is linked to people not necessarily staying in their jobs longer. Economists long expected share of retirees in the population to soar as baby boomers aged. We saw COVID-19 causing a great number to spike well beyond expectations. That was called the Great Retirement Boom. But just as that seemed to be coming back down, Carol, the numbers surged again in recent months, reaching a post-pandemic record high in December. We're talking, of course, about retirement.
Yeah, exactly. The United States now has around 2.7 million more retirees than predicted. This is a model designed by Miguel Faria y Castro, an economist over at the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. They look at things like this, like these other metrics. Financial market performance looks to have played a role, they note. They talk about what happened to the index in 2023, rebounding, jumping 24%, the most gain, or most of the gain coming in the fourth quarter. You know that. We've talked about it. On top of that, housing across the vast majority of U.S. metro areas continued to rise last quarter, bolstering the wealth of older Americans. It also they talk about that maybe workplaces are getting tough and saying, you can't work from home anymore. So feeling wealthier, stock market, home wealth, and employers saying, tough, you got to come back to the office. Maybe they're saying, I'm done.
I was having this conversation with somebody who was around retirement age just last night, who talked to me about colleagues who have chosen to go to different jobs because their boss is saying you got to come back into the office.
All right, interesting things and an interesting trend. All right, if you're watching TV, coming up next is the close. For those of you watching and listening Bloomberg Business, you will continue watching the markets, also talking a little bit of AI, and then how about a trip to Greece?
Six-tenths of 1%, the Dow down 0.1%. Look at that NASDAQ composite surging up 1.3%. It is Bloomberg Business Week live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming on YouTube and at Bloomberg Originals. That's Carol Master. I'm Tim Stenovic. Happy Friday, everyone.
Yeah, happy Friday. So, all right, we're going to talk a little bit more about this S&P above 5,000. We're going to talk to the market technician who nailed last year's rally about how we should think about that milestone.
It's not just a number, they say.
No.
Or is it? It's just a number. We'll find out.
Is it just a number?
Yeah, we'll see. Ryan Dietrich, that is. Hey, also the 33-year-old who has become one of Sam Altman's most trusted lieutenants. He's tasked with transforming OpenAI into a commercial powerhouse.
Yeah, we're watching that one. And got an offer for you. I know my answer, yes. How about a trip to Greece?
Have you been?
No.
I've never. My parents did their honeymoon there.
And?
Oh, they said it was amazing. And this was, the 1970s. I've always wanted to go.
I've always wanted to go. I've actually wanted to go by water, like be on the water and like just pop around the islands.
Well, good news. It's easier to go than ever because there's so many flights. And it turns out a lot of your countrymen from the U.S., our country people, are going.
We know this because we got a little bit of a briefing by the country's Minister of Tourism. Actually going to stop by and talk with us directly all about it.
All right, Greece is hot right now. You know what else is hot right now?
Credit? Private credit?
Private credit. A new robo-advisor wants to make it easier for quote-unquote normal people. We're talking about not ultra-high net worth, not institutional investors to actually invest in the asset class. Well, this is, I put normal in quotes here because these are, you have to be an accredited investor still. Right. So that's, a pretty high, net worth above $1 million, not including your primary residence, plus pretty high yearly income.
Normal. I love that word. David Weston's going to stop by with What's Up on Wall Street Week. So lots to come over the next couple of hours. First up, though, a check on the day's trade, top business stories. Here is another normal individual.
Yeah, right.
Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Here's what's going on. I'll tell you what's up on Wall Street. S&P 500 index up 26 right now. That is a gain of 0.5%. I love what I do. We've got the S&P at 5,023. The Dow, though, in the red. We've got the Dow Industrials down 51, drop there of 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 188 right now, up by 1.2%. To be clear, looking at a record on the S&P, and unless something dramatic happens in this final hour of trading, looks like like the first close ever for the S&P above 5,000. Again, worth repeating, 5,024 right now on the index, up by 0.5%. Emily Rowland is co-chief investment officer at JH Investments, and she says, yes, while things are good, investors do have to be careful.
We just want to be mindful of the fact that oftentimes in these late cycle environments, everything really looks awesome before there becomes a challenge, a liquidity event, some type of financial potential accident here. So we want to be mindful of risk in portfolios as we head into the remainder of 2024.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Open podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. 10-year yield right now 4.18% with a 2-year 4.48%. Gold down $10 the ounce to 2024, a drop there of 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 76.56 a barrel on WTI. Cannot ignore Bitcoin today, up 5.1%, 47,665 on Bitcoin. Briefly, New York Community Bancorp gained after its CEO and other insiders bought more than 200,000 shares of the stock, which has lost about half its value since last week's shock announcement of a dividend cut and larger loan loss provisions. NYCB up now by 11.2%. Recapping, S&P at a record up 25 points right now, up 0.5. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, so we said S&P 5,000, a very round number. Right now we're at 5,022 on the S&P. Charlie, of course, just breaking down the markets. It's a very round one. It's one that we market watchers and market technicians, I would say, Tim, safe to say, like to keep an eye on.
Yeah, the S&P 500 index on track to finish above that number for the first time ever today. It did it briefly.
Yeah.
Right at the close, touch 5,000.
Touch and go,
did not
man.
Close there. Yeah, it was 700. Okay, so here's some stats that you put together, Carol. I love this. It took 719 sessions for the index to set its latest 1,000-point milestone, much shorter than the 1,227 trading days it needed to get from 2,000 back in 2014 to 3,000 in 2019. That's according to data compiled by Bloomberg. It's nothing compared to the 4,168 sessions to get from 1,000 back in 1998 to 2,000 in 2014. A lot of that has to do with, I mean, when you go from 1,000 to 2,000, you're doubling, okay?
Yeah.
When you go from 4,000 to 5,000, you're increasing by 25%.
No, you're absolutely right. So with what it means technically, if anything, of S&P above 5,000. Back with us is Ryan Dietrich, Chief Market Strategist at the Carson Group on Zoom from Cincinnati. As we mentioned earlier, the market technician who nailed last year's rally. So we wanted to know what he thought about this milestone on the S&P 500. Ryan, good to have you back with Tim and myself. So what do you make of this level? Is there something significant in it for you?
Yeah, Carol and Tim, thanks for having me back. But, you know, one more for you. When it cracked 100 was in 1968. That took 40 years from 1960, or 30 years, sorry. Yeah, it was 40 years, yeah, to get from, 100 to 1,000. So think about that. But nonetheless, let's get into this. What does 5,000 mean? On the surface, not a whole lot. We know that. But psychologically is really what matters, I think, for investors. And the big question, of course, is, okay, when you look at 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, which I did, what happens next when you cross these psychological levels? Well, listen, 6 months later, S&P has never been lower, up like 8% on average, almost double the at any time returns of about 4%. So long-winded way of saying, hey, making new highs, came on with you guys a while last year saying when you're making new highs, it tends to lead to more new highs. Eventually, we'll hit the final new high. We know that. We just don't think we're there yet. And we think this is a pretty strong sign that, hey, we're still in a bull market. We've said that for a while. And, just get on the ride. It's a fun ride.
What's the sign that tells you it is the final new high?
Yeah, well, maybe like when your grandma calls you up and says, "Let's buy something," right? I think that's the worry. But
that's so funny, Peter Atwater, who we have on the program a lot down at William and Mary, he wrote the Confidence Map. I saw a tweet today where he asked somebody if their grandma had called and asked about AI yet, which I think is him sort of saying exactly what you're saying, Ryan, which is like it's starting to feel a little frothy.
Well, I haven't had that call yet, I guess. People know what I do for a living. I had a lot more calls October 22 from concerned friends. But listen, I mean, I think there's a couple things I like to look at. Advanced decline lines. I've been here for a while talking about market breadth. And I know small caps and mid caps have struggled to start this year. But look what they've done the last 2 days. We're starting to see a little more leadership. So if we see less participation, everyone remembers 99. Like tech was the only thing practically going up in 99. We are seeing various groups going higher. I mean, industrials hitting like all-time highs, consumer consumer discretionary. The list goes on. There's a lot of participation. So, Tim, to answer your question, that is what will worry me. And I'm just not seeing a lot of breakdowns in the overall stock market here. There is participation. That's a healthy sign that I'm not worried yet. I don't think this is the final all-time high yet.
All right, so market valuation. So bottom line, what you're saying, Ryan, is that because you're seeing it broadening out, continuing, that's a healthy sign. What about the volume behind it? Broadening out is one thing, but having market participation and volume behind it is another.
Yeah, you're right, Carol. And again, I mean, we haven't had like wild volume, but what you tend to see at extremes is major spikes, whether it be on the peak or, the ultimate lows. And we're not seeing that yet. So to me, I mean, volume matters. There's a lot more volume in options. There's futures, there's these weekly options. So people can get their volume different ways than just simply looking at the NYSE volume, which is what we've obviously looked at for a long time. So, I'm not seeing any major worrisome signs there. One thing, what worries you, right? I mean, we are in February, right? Historically, February's not that great of a month. February in an election year is actually down on average. Oh, and by the way, I mean, we'll see where we close. We're going to have one of the greatest 15-week rallies in the history of the stock market. So we're going to have a major sell-off the next hour or so. And again, that maybe we're just due for a break.
Wait, go back there. We will have one of the greatest. Say that again. We will have one of the greatest
15-week rallies ever. The 15 weeks ago is when we bottomed on October 27th, last year, October 27th last year, and we'll see the final numbers, but we're up significantly, obviously, since then. And, again, that's a stretch rubber band. I mean, I'm not naive to that. We're not naive to that. So maybe you could have some of that early, and one more for you. After 20% rally, February is historically not all that great, and March isn't all that great. So maybe we can have some consolidations, what I'm saying. I'd be open to it.
Okay, let's go back to 5,000 and just what 5,000 actually means, Ryan. For a lot of people, I think it's just a number, but are you arguing that it's more than just a number? It's something psychologically important and it's something technically important for the market?
I'm not so sure technically is the right word to use, but psychologically, yes, Tim. I mean, literally, about 13 months ago, what were we hearing? Recession, bear market. Everybody was talking about it. Our shop wasn't, but a lot of others were. And it's like this reminder that, some of the people who have been the most successful are people that every 2 weeks put money in their 401k, every 1 month just put these things on auto drive and continue to invest. And now they're likely at all-time highs in their portfolios. And this is what we've seen throughout history. So believe me, we all like to time the market and talk about this stuff, and we do it for a living, right? So I'm not minimizing it. But again, I think it's important for more longer-term investors to remember that, hey, when the stock market goes up and down, but they say the stock market's the only place when things go on sale, everyone runs out of their stores screaming. I like to use that, and that's what we saw again. We've seen that throughout history. So hopefully investors learn from that. Next time we're going to have another bear market. It's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen soon, but that's just something people need to remember.
Broaden it out in terms of technically. You mentioned industrials earlier. You talked about, I think, consumer discretionary. Talk to us a little bit about, too, as you dig deeper into the market internals, what you are seeing on a technical basis, where there is obviously some strength signs, some strong signs, some areas for opportunity, maybe some worry signs also.
Yeah, I mean, we like to look at just relative strength, right? What's a certain sector doing against the overall market? And to keep it simple, I mean, financials, which we all know about some of the issues with financials, but they were like one of the strongest groups second half of last year. So far, the first half of this year, they've hung in there. Industrials also. I mean, Boeing's a big part. Boeing's obviously struggled, yet financials in general have done really well. So there's some clues there that there's a little bit more strength. Now, I'll be very clear. If you look at the number of stocks above their 50-day moving average or 200-day moving average on the S&P 500, it's slowly been trickling lower here. So is that like, kind of some weakness under the surface? It very well could be. Doesn't mean you have to have a major sell-off. And with seasonality and a little bit of frothy excitement coming, it kind of makes sense maybe for a little bit of a break here. Nothing overly over the top right here, Carol, that has us extra worried. But again, just some signs that after a record 15-week rally, maybe we just can take a little pause. Wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, well, there hasn't been really a big pause in the last 15 weeks, Ryan. What would you say to somebody who's been waiting for that pause to put a pile of cash in the market?
Yeah, well, boy, that's a great question there. I mean, listen, if you've been waiting, I guess unfortunately you missed a lot of it. But I mean, I always say when people ask this, do a third, do a third now, a third in a month, and a third in another month, and maybe you'll feel a little bit better about it. But listen, your average year sees a 10% correction on average. When you look at election years, you see double-digit corrections on average. We're probably going to have some volatility here as we get closer to the election, and that can be an opportunity for people that kind of missed a big chunk of. Hopefully, they didn't miss too much of this rally, but if they did miss some of it, I'm sure there's going to probably a better time to swing the bat coming up here.
Hey, we talked so much about the equity side of things, the technical side of it, and what you are noticing, Ryan. Having said that, how do you layer in maybe what we have been seeing in terms of the fixed income side of things, the U.S. Treasury curve specifically, and expectations about what the Fed may or may not do, and what that fundamentally or technically will mean ultimately for the equity trade as well?
Absolutely. We've been in the camp for a while. The Fed's first cut will probably be in May. We didn't really agree with March, and probably 4 cuts. Because again, yeah, the economy is strong, but inflation is coming back. Productivity's high. We really don't need rates where they are as kind of our base case. But we've been underweight equities. I'm sorry, wrong word. We've been underweight bonds, fixed income, for over about a year and a half now. We come on you saying that overweight stocks. We're still in that camp. But again, when the Fed starts to cut and things, there's still some opportunity on fixed income. But again, we've shortened up the duration a little bit. We're not too crazy about longer term Treasury still. Is again, we think the Fed isn't going to cut as much as the market is expecting, but there's always a place for fixed income in portfolio. Final comment on this, credit spreads, triple B spreads, investment grade corporate spreads. We simply are still not seeing any stress in the credit markets. My opinion, they're some of the smartest people in the room. Until they're stressed, I'm not going to be stressed. Last March, when we had the 9% correction, regional bank crisis, 16th largest bank literally disappeared. We didn't see much stress in the credit markets then. They were right. We're still not seeing any stress in the credit markets. We're going to follow those.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Hey, listen, Ryan, thank you so much. Ryan Dietrich, Chief Market Strategist over at the Carson Group, joining us on Zoom from Cincinnati. This is Bloomberg.
Well, when OpenAI's board briefly ousted Sam Altman back in November, which, by the way, is now referred to by some people at the company as the, quote, blip, a 33-year-old exec named Brad Lightcap attempted to reassure customers by personally calling about 40 of them over the course of 2 days. This individual, Brad Lightcap, has become one of Sam Altman's most trusted lieutenants, and now he's tasked with transforming the most intriguing tech startup in recent memory into a commercial powerhouse, Carol, that can compete with Google and Meta platforms.
All right, Shireen Gaffrey is AI reporter for Bloomberg News. She profiles Brad Lightcap in the new issue of Bloomberg Businessweek. It's available on newsstands as we speak on the Bloomberg and, of course, at Bloomberg.com/Businessweek. Shireen joins us from San Francisco. All right, Shireen, let's get right to the heart of your story. Brad Lightcap, who is he?
So Brad Lightcap is a 33-year-old quiet deal maker of OpenAI. You've probably heard a lot about Sam Altman if you've been following the news about OpenAI. He's the very charismatic, very public figure who was recently temporarily ousted from his company and then came back with a bunch of employee support. But we haven't heard much about other people at the company. And Brad Lightcap is really Altman's right-hand man.
So he comes in at a time... So, Shireen, he comes in at a time when the company's not only facing intense scrutiny because of what happened back in November, but also because of the immense amounts of money that it's made and what it does when it comes to AI, but also because of how it trains its AI models. Take us into the history there and why it's important, why Brad's role is important here when it comes to striking deals with media companies.
Right. So Brad Lightcap, as COO, is tasked with handling all the partnerships between OpenAI and other companies. And a big set of potential partnerships for them, or potential enemies, depending which way it goes, is the media. Because, as you were talking about, OpenAI has ingested basically, vast amounts of the whole web, right? Scraping all the public articles, books, et cetera, that are out there to try to learn and teach its AI models essentially how to replicate human behavior. And so now a lot of media companies, authors, publishers, people in Hollywood, right, they're starting to raise concern, and some of them are even starting to sue, as we saw with the New York Times lawsuit that came recently against OpenAI and Microsoft, and saying that OpenAI, they are claiming, right, that OpenAI is, essentially pirating their copyrighted works, which the company is contesting and saying is fair use. But in any case, Brad Lightcap, a COO, now has to deal with this whole potential class of lawsuits that could really derail the company and its ability to train and operate its models. So instead, what he's trying to do, which you could see is very smart, is make friends, make peace with media companies. And so he made a big deal with Axel Springer, the German media conglomerate that I write about in my piece.
Well, and I think about, Shireen, we've only got about 45, 50 seconds left here. It's a great read. It's on the Bloomberg. It's in the new issue of Bloomberg Businessweek. But I do think about how often we're talking about AI and OpenAI specifically and their important role in what happens in the future. Why do you think it's important in terms of what you found out, what our audience, our Bloomberg audience needs to know? And again, just got about 30 to 40 seconds.
I think our audience needs to know who are the people behind these incredibly powerful companies like OpenAI that are now on the path to potentially replicating human intelligence, right? And if they're going to kind of become an increasingly big part of our lives, the way that Facebook, Meta, Google have been, hopefully this piece will help you get a better sense of some of the real deal makers and powerhouses at this company besides the one guy, Sam Altman, who most people know.
Right. And you hope they also are thinking about like the concerns, the risks, right? And then when the regulators come in, they can kind of figure it out all together. Shireen, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Shireen Ghaffari, she's AI reporter for Bloomberg News, and she's joining us from San Francisco. Right? We got to
rise of the bots, Carol. Come on, embrace it. Embrace it.
Well, there's a headline.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're off session highs on the S&P 500 index, but still on track for a fifth week of gains. Also on track for another record close. The S&P right now at 5,026. Could see our first close ever above S&P 5,000. Up 28. That is a gain of 0.6% early in the year, yes, but year to date, we're looking at an S&P right now that is up by 5.3%. Dow Industrials down 41, down 0.1%. NASDAQ ripping higher by 198 points, up 1.3%. 10-year at 4.17%, with a 2-year now at 4.48%. Ryan Dietrich is with the Carson Group moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week. He told us he does not think we have seen the final high.
We just don't think we're there yet. And we think this is a pretty strong sign that, hey, we're still in a bull market. We've said that for a while. And, just get on the ride. It's a fun ride.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Bloomberg Business Week podcast. Spot gold at 2026. That is a drop of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5, 76.55 a barrel. Bitcoin up 5% right now, 47,603. Two of the nation's largest retailers, we're talking about Walmart and Target, and a pair of Democratic mayors are supporting a campaign to roll back California's landmark criminal justice reform, which has been blamed for a spike in retail theft. Again, recapping stocks trading mix, the Dow lower by 0.1%, S&P at a record 5,024, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really appreciate it. Well, private credit is now the buzziest corner of Wall Street. We know what these are. They're loans that charge floating rates. The Fed's tightening campaign has lenders collecting double-digit yields where they used to get 7%. Carol, by some measures, investors in this kind of credit are earning higher returns than the buyout artists of private equity, and the market is now worth $1.6 trillion and climbing, and BlackRock forecasts it could balloon to a $3.5 trillion market in just 5 years.
So investors are saying, I want a piece of that. It's not so easy to invest in private credit. It's kind of tough if you're not an institutional investor or ultra high net worth individual. Enter Heron Finance. It's a different take on private credit. It's a robo-advisor that allows accredited investors, that's important, those with a net worth over $1 million and highest incomes to invest in private credit. We've got two gentlemen who are the co-founders of it, Blake West and Mike Saul, and they join us on Zoom from San Francisco. Guys, it is great to have you here. There's a crypto element to this. I feel like a lot of moving parts. Blake, kick it off for us. Explain how this all works.
Sure, yeah. So just to talk a little bit about Heron Finance. Heron Finance uses the blockchain to provide just really simple and straightforward access to portfolios of private credit deals. It's the easiest way that anyone's been able to access this asset class, which, as you mentioned, has typically been for institutions. Investors do it to be accredited, but otherwise it's as simple as signing up for heronfinance.com, selecting your risk tolerance, and then portfolios get automatically rebalanced and diversified across many individual deals that, sourced, underwritten, monitored by an in-house credit team that we have.
Okay, so Mike, why does the blockchain need to be part of this? Why do you have to do this on the blockchain? Why include it?
Yeah, what the blockchain is really helping with here is making this into a system that can be interoperable and way more transparent than traditional kind of loans work. And so by interoperable, it's built on the Goldfinch protocol, which is a system that other businesses can build on as well. And then all of the transactions that happen are visible on chain and transparent, so you can see the loans actually being paid back.
And you guys just kicked this off right in December, so it's early on in the going. Mike, talk a little bit about that. I mean, what kind of early uptick have you seen in interest among investors?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of interest basically from a lot of folks who have been thinking about private credit or learning about it and maybe have wanted to participate in private credit funds before, but those are really only open to institutions. So this is really the first time in many ways that investors like this can get access to. So we've just launched and opened it up for investing. And so now folks can start to sign up for it. So yeah, at a high level, it's just been a lot of interest so far.
Well, wait. So we're Bloomberg. We love hard numbers. So you launched in December, if I'm correct. And I think it was, I'm just checking my dates here. So it was kind of early December. So it's been up and running a couple of months?
Well, not quite. We actually opened up for investment only on Tuesday of this week. We announced it in December.
Okay.
And so since December, we've been able to have thousands of people sign up on our wait list. And we just, as I said, opened it up for investment a couple of days ago. We've already had a number of investors signing up, and the AUM is slowly coming in.
Hey, Blake, what private credit funds are you investing in? Like, okay, once you do the allocation, that's one thing. But what are the underlying assets? Like, if you use a traditional robo-advisor for equities, they're investing in a lot of index funds from, Vanguard and State Street. What are you guys investing in?
Mike,
yeah, Blake,
we're working with a number of syndicate partners here, basically other credit funds who focus primarily on low and middle market companies throughout the U.S. And the kinds of deals here span a wide range of industry. The goal here is to make it as diversified as possible. So there are a few real estate elements, as well as merchant cash advance companies, as well as an early childhood education center that is part of it. But the general kind of theme is working with these private credit funds that have in the range of 25 to 250 million in AUM that do deals that range between $5 to $10 million for low and middle market companies, primarily in the US, but also in small amounts in international geos.
Why do this?
And all these loans have collateral and assets backing them or income from the companies.
I'm sorry, say that again, Blake?
I'm just saying all the loans, are backed in some way with collateral, whether that's income of the companies, assets, personal guarantees, et cetera.
That's what I was curious. Like, how are you doing kind of the gut check, the check that where this money is going, investor money ultimately, who are on the platform and tapping it, making sure that these are kind of smart PE bets? Blake, take that.
Yeah, we have a... Yeah, so what our team is doing is working. We have an in-house credit team that works closely with these syndicate partners to evaluate these different borrowers, and it's understanding how is the deal structured, what is the collateral that the borrowers are providing, what are the operations of these companies, what do their financials look like, how do they approach things, what is their profitability, and all these things to make sure that like when we're participating in these loans, they are backed by really high quality companies that have strong business operations across all of these industries.
Hey, Mike, what about fees here? Because when you think robo-advisor, you also think fees being lower, like I'm talking, 20 basis points on top of whatever the index fund that the robo-advisor puts you in. What are your fees?
The fee on Heron Finance is 2% of AUM, and this compares to, say, a typical private credit fund, which will offer in the range of 1.5% to 2.5% fee, as well as carry above a hurdle rate, typically in the range of 6 to 8% hurdle rate. So it's very frequent that the fees can go to 2.5%, 3% with a typical private credit fund. But what we're trying to do is bring those fees down over time compared to those kind of options.
So is the fee only on AUM, Mike, or is it also is there also carry included?
There's no carry. It's just a straight AUM 2% fee.
I want to go back to, what is the appeal to investors, specifically and borrowers? I mean, a private credit in crypto form. Why not, Blake, just use dollars, US dollars?
So dollars certainly are possible. People have been doing trillions of dollars of private credit using just dollars. But we see with crypto is, Mike was kind of alluding to before, a few key benefits here. One is there's lower cost to send money around the world, which is especially valuable if and when we start taking international investors. But also the transparency is really unprecedented. So as an investor, when we send money back into your portfolio, you can see those payments on chain, and you can verify that cash is actually sitting there. We're not just telling you that. And then a little bit more broadly, crypto has the ability to create an interoperable financial system. So, we can be building on the Goldfinch protocol, but another company could also build on the Goldfinch protocol. Those loans can interoperate. We can also, for instance, there's other crypto companies who want to be building things like borrow-lend protocols against the positions that Heron Finance has. So an investor could, for example, then borrow against their position without having to liquidate that position. And that can all happen in a much more interoperable and seamless way on chain with that transparency that really can't be beat.
Mike, I want to bring you back into us. I mean, there are so many still legal and regulatory questions swirling around crypto. Even when, the spot Bitcoin ETF was approved, Gary Gensler is still out with a list of risks. And still not all in. Are there, Mike, any regulatory issues that are top of mind for you guys that you have to be on top of and worry about?
Well, Heron Finance has registered with the SEC as a robo-advisor here, and so we've taken a lot of efforts to be highly compliant, fully compliant with all of the requirements that go along with that. That includes involving a qualified custodian as part of what we do, building up a deep compliance function internally, making sure that we're providing appropriate disclosures and helping people understand all of the risks that go into investing in products like this. And so I view it as we are doing all the things that any kind of registered investment advisor needs to do. And what crypto is helping us do here is handle all of these kind of payments and the rails under the hood and provide that transparency, which is still just a net benefit to our investors. And so, yeah, I'm sorry, what?
No, please finish.
Oh, yeah, so compliance is super important, and we are registered with the SEC, and we have this fiduciary responsibility now to handle our clients' objectives in the right way.
Blake, you mentioned AUM. You guys just started. Is there a thought in terms of AUM by the end of the year? What are you guys hoping for in terms of uptick or your expectations? And just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say we're hoping to get at least into the $25 to $50 million range by the end of the year.
All right.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. The interest that you guys are seeing, is it U.S. investors, outside the U.S.? Just quickly, Blake, take that one.
Yeah, all U.S. investors right now, we're only open to U.S. accredited, but we plan to open up to international as soon as we can.
Really interesting. Guys, come back. Let us know when you get into this, and as the months tick by. I'd love to hear how things are moving along. Blake West, Mike Saul, co-founders of Heron Finance, joining us on Zoom from San Francisco.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. The White House is pushing back against the special counsel's report into President Biden's handling of classified documents. White House counsel spokesman Ian Sams calls the report's criticism of Biden's memory inappropriate.
We just reject that this is true. And I think that it does raise questions about the gratuitousness, and it raises, makes you wonder why that's in there.
Sams emphasizes the special counsel found no criminal conduct in the president's handling of classified documents. Well, the U.S. Senate is continuing work on a bill to assist Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan with amendments yet to be introduced. We get more from Bloomberg's Irv Chapman.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said the session would continue through the evening.
I hope our Republican colleagues can work with us to reach an agreement on amendments so we can move this process along. The Senate will keep working on this bill until the job is done.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been a consistent supporter of the aid.
We have a responsibility of our own to provide for the common defense and equip the next commander-in-chief with the tools to exercise American strength.
McConnell said Republicans in committee added provisions that improved upon the original proposal submitted by President Biden. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Ukraine is considering next steps if it does not receive any more U.S. aid. Officials in Kyiv say they'll meet with staff from the International Monetary Fund next week. Israeli airstrikes have hit the central Gaza Strip and the southern city of Rafah on the border with Egypt, killing nearly 24 people, including women and children. That's according to witnesses and hospital officials. Earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered his military leaders to draw up plans to evacuate Rafah ahead of a new ground offensive. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 3:40 now on Wall Street. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. S&P 500 index on track for its first close ever above 5,000. Right now at 5,024. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now, with the Dow currently down 74 points. The S&Ps are higher by 26, while the Nasdaq gains 1.2%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.18%. Gold is down 8, oil trading in the green, and Bitcoin is higher by 5%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and consumer discretionary. Energy and consumer staples were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Intel and Microsoft, while Disney and Caterpillar led to the downside. After earnings, Expedia fell 18%, Take-Two dropped 8%, and in other news, NVIDIA is building a new unit focused on chips for cloud firms. Wrapping things up, Bank NYCB rose 13% amid insider buying. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got just about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. As we've been saying throughout the day, the S&P 500 is on track to finish above 5,000 for the first time ever today, briefly breaching that threshold late yesterday. But we, as Charlie just mentioned, 5,023 on the S&P 500, just up about 0.5% though. But you've been pointing out, Tim, throughout the day, NASDAQ really the outperformer, up about 1.2% here.
Yeah, let's get some thoughts from Andrew Sliman, Senior Portfolio Manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. He joins us from Chicago for our drive to the close this afternoon. Good to have you with us, Andrew. What do you make of 5,000? Is it just a number, or is it something more meaningful?
Well, I think it's important to consider that the market traded below its January 2022 high for 2 years. We hit 47.96 in January of 2022, and it took until January of this year to break through that number. So that's a lot of kind of energy that built up. It's kind of holding the beach ball underwater. It finally broke above that, and as you let go of the beach ball underwater, there's some energy. So it doesn't surprise me that we quickly ran from 47.96 to 5,000, and we're getting follow through because inevitably, and I know this is crazy to believe, but investors, once they start readjusting their high water mark on their portfolios, they become more optimistic, not less. So I think this could continue, but the market's clearly overbought short term, and I suspect in the next couple of weeks it will run out of steam.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a NASDAQ that's already up about, 5% so far this year. You've got a NASDAQ 100, that was an S&P, forgive me, up about 5%, 6%, almost 7% on the NASDAQ 100. And I was just going to do, we were talking earlier with Ryan Dietrich, who looks at market technicals. If I look at an RSI on the S&P 500, no doubt about it, we're overbought. Having said that, I don't know. Can you yet get a feel of how this year might play out when you think about earnings, fundamentals, maybe what the Fed might ultimately do, or there's still too many questions out there for you to kind of make that longer-term bet?
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, don't lose, I mean, not that you have, but don't lose sight of the fact that the earnings reports for the fourth quarter were very strong. So this is not just a speculative run in the market that some of the bears want you to believe. It is being supported by some excellent earnings reports and positive earnings revisions. And I am a believer that this will be another good year for equities for the simple reason that investors were underweight equities last year. and that is consistent with the first year off a bear market low. Unfortunately, investors looking in the rearview mirror, they don't turn bullish when things are low, they get more bearish. It's in the second year that you start to see money come back into the market from retail investors, and that's what is now happening. It started in November, took a pause the first couple of weeks in January, it's coming back. So I think that is classically the fuel for the second leg of the rally, which will be this year. The however is, unfortunately, the second year is more volatile than the first year. Think about last year. Market went up 8 out of 12 months. It never gave those who were underinvested an opportunity to get back in. Second year tends to be more volatile. So I think there's, it's not going to be as easy this year, but I do think it'll be another good year.
Which makes me also wonder, February 1, we got to read money market fund assets reached $6 trillion for the first time. Everybody points to, okay, all this money that could come rushing in. I am curious when we get to the next reading, March 1st, whether or not we start to see some of that money trickling out. What are you guys seeing on your end in terms of where flows are still going or not going?
Well, yeah, I think you're right. The money is still coming into the money market, but we see flow. I'm an equity manager, and I see the flows have turned. And it's it's just so fascinating. Nothing really changes. If you go back to 2020, the year 2020, the market bottomed in March, and flows didn't turn positive until February of 2021. If you go back to the low of 2009, which was in February 2009, flows did not turn positive till the spring of 2010. So my point of this is that now the low was October 2022, it is consistent that money will start to trickle back into equities. But I suspect that it won't really accelerate until you start to see Fed cuts, where the attractiveness of money markets start to wane. But to say the money won't come back is to say that people will stay rational and they won't get greedy. And I think, you get 4% or 5%, but that's a full year, and that's, equities are already up 5%.
Where do you?
Year, and it's not a full year yet.
Where, Andrew, do money market rates have to go? How low do they have to go in order for people to say, okay, this is no longer worth it?
That is, please, if you could tell me the perfect answer for that, that's the key question. And the data suggests, you really need, a few Fed cuts where you get rates down into the 3 to 4% range before the money starts to loosen up. That's kind of the history, and I think so. That tells me that you're looking at later this year for another surge in flows into equities. But there's no doubt now. You're starting to see the fund flows have turned positive. Last week, the numbers were very, very positive, and I think that's why you're seeing, as much as everyone's focused on the Mag 7 or the Super 6 or whatever the number, that's why you're starting to see more of a broadening out, because as money's coming back in the market, people look for things to buy that maybe, they can justify the valuation, wrap their head around, and not just buy the, all-time high list.
On that Mag 7, if you will, you still like Microsoft, right?
That's right. I mean, look, I know it's done well. Very well. I know it's not cheap, but if you look at the numbers, the estimates for the success of Copilot this year, there's a lot of uncertainty, and they're relatively low. And I think it's going to end up being absorbed by users much more quickly than the caution with which Wall Street's embracing that. And maybe stocks starting to reflect that. But I think that's, really going to be the story.
Yeah, it looks like the stock had another record today on an intraday basis. I mean, I'm looking at Microsoft up almost 12% so far here in 2024. Hey, Andrew, thank you so much. Andrew Sliman, Senior Portfolio Manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management, joining us on Zoom From Chicago, folks, just about 10 minutes left in the trade, just rolling over on the equity side of thing, but the NASDAQ continues to be the outperformer. This is Bloomberg.
Connection lost.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. New York Community Bank Corp shares surging 15.6% right now, 7 minutes to go ahead of the close. The rally occurred after its CEO and other insiders bought more than 200,000 shares of the stock, which has lost about half its value since last week's shock announcement of a dividend cut and larger loan loss provisions. Again, NYCB up now by 15.7%. PepsiCo gave a full-year sales forecast that fell short of analyst estimates and reported a drop in volumes in its North American beverage and Quaker Foods units. Nancy Tengler is Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tengler Investments.
You know, like you get a day like today, a company like Pepsi, which we own in our relative value dividend growth strategy, and we bought that name because the company identified as a tech company that happens to sell beverages and snacks. And so we're going to be interested to see how they expand margins now that the pricing power is gone. And if they can't, then we're gone.
And PepsiCo shares are down 3.6%. Rival Coca-Cola is trading lower by 0.5%. By the way, you can hear more of the conversation with Nancy Tengler on the Talks podcast, and you can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Two of the nation's retailers, Target and Walmart, along with a pair of Democratic mayors, are supporting a campaign to roll back California's landmark criminal justice reform, which has been blamed for a spike in retail theft. Walmart and Target are the top funders of a proposed ballot measure that aims to undo Proposition 47, a voter-approved law from 2014 that reduced penalties for many lower-level drug and property crimes. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got just, about 4.5 minutes getting ready to wrap up the Friday trade as well as the week overall. Carol Messer along with Tim Stenevec. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. What?
You know what we usually do on Fridays?
What do we usually do,
Maybe like spend the last 20 minutes of the program.
Drinking?
Have a little
no,
wine.
we don't do that.
Have a little wine. Yeah, I was going to say drinking. How did you know I was going to say that?
Because I don't know. That's kind of what we like to do.
What I was going to say. It's Friday. That said, okay, Citi, this is a story that Charlie Pellet sent us, by the way.
He did,
said,
indeed.
you know what would be a great story for you to talk about on air? It's this one, and he's right. Citi dealmakers were told to be disciplined when consuming alcohol at client events after the bank received complaints of unruly behavior, according to people with knowledge of the matter. Duh.
All right, so
Come on. Have you ever?
This is why I actually don't always like to go to work things.
I never go to work
Everybody's always
things.
like, there's bars and like you should have a drink.
Go.
I know.
I'm not very much fun.
No,
That's what people should know about me.
Tim is a lot of fun, but he doesn't drink alcohol. In calls late this week,
I have.
But you kind of regret it.
True.
In calls late this week, bankers at all levels, from analysts to managing directors, were reminded to keep the firm's reputation in mind when drinking, according to those in the know. The senior bankers leading the calls didn't put a complete curb on consumption of alcohol, noting that drinking in business settings has wide cultural acceptance. That's true. It's kind of
go to
part
dinner, and you have a couple glasses of wine.
Yeah.
But sometimes things get out of hand.
Sometimes things get out of hand. The stern words to Citigroup's investment bankers come as CEO Jane Fraser is working to raise standards across the Wall Street giant after years of underperformance relative to peers. Citi's management, as we know, cutting a lot of jobs. 20,000 roles so far has left investment banking less affected than other divisions. Some would say part of that is schmoozing.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I mean, hey.
It's a technical word.
It doesn't
schmoozing.
hurt to take clients who you want to have spend money to maybe like a nice dinner or a fun athletic event. Maybe the Super Bowl would be a good example of
Just
somewhere
control it.
you would take a big client.
Just
the U.S.
control
Open.
it.
You and I are invited to the U.S. Open all the time.
Just control it.
Control it, yeah.
I've had that drink at the U.S. Open. What
Yeah.
was that special
The Honey Deuce.
The Honey Deuce.
The Honey Deuce.
Bought the glass and all. Yeah, whatever.
Hey, everything is good in moderation, right?
That's what my dad always said. Everything is good in moderation. All right, speaking of no moderation, well, yeah, it's kind of an interesting day. NASDAQ outperforming. We're going to head over to our key TV colleagues beyond the bell. It starts right now.
out, too, that this can persist, particularly if folks think the valuations need to be reevaluated to the upside. You saw that this week. You saw that on the day. It's a big part of the reason why you're looking at an S&P 500 closing above 5,000 for the first time ever, a fresh all-time high, 5,026 and change, as these numbers might adjust a bit as we wait for them to settle. That's good for a gain of about 0.6% on the day and more than 1% on the week. Fifth straight week of gains for the S&P 500. The NASDAQ composite up more than 200 points, scraping now closer towards that 16,000 level, a 1.2% gain on the day and roughly about a 2% gain on the week. The Russell 2000, that also tried to get in on the action as well, up about 1.5% on the day, 2.4% on the week. And we should point out the Dow Jones Industrial Average, that was the outlier on the day at least, a lower by about 0.1% and just barely flatline on a 5-day basis.
Yeah, and guys, most names in the S&P 500 higher today, 303 to be exact, 199 to the downside. And Alex, just one name unchanged.
Well, taking a look at the IMAP here, it's a great function to just see sort of everything that's playing out. Shocker, tech at a record. It's that huge green spot on the upper right of your screen. In the negative, we have energy, they hit the hardest, consumer staples not doing as well. But, you know, we make fun of the fact that it's all tech, sure, but also consumer discretionary was doing really well. Communication services, even utilities eked out a little bit there in the green.
All right, and I'm not all technology, so I'm going to give you something a little bit different. Hermes, the ADR rallying in a big way, pretty much finishing at its high of the session, up about 5% in today's session. In fact, overseas, you saw shares of Hermes overtaking L'Oreal for the first time today, so that was kind of significant in terms of the overseas trade. But anyway, the company came out, reported strong revenue powered by the company's, I'm just looking at sales surging, forgive me, at the end of last year, sales thriving amid the slowdown in demand for luxury goods. And so what's interesting is fourth quarter revenue climbing 17.5% at constant exchange rates. The company putting that out. Analysts expected a gain of about 14%. So we've been thinking about luxury, not everybody reporting the same, but it was certainly doing well at this company. AMAT, this is your number one gainer in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 today. This stock is up just about, shy of 7% there. Supply chain relationships of Cisco, Applied Materials, and Deere & Company. Keep this in mind. They will all be in focus next week when they report earnings, right? When we use the supply chain function on the Bloomberg. AMAT does report on Valentine's Day. So we'll be keeping, is it Wednesday? Yeah, I think it's on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, thank you very much. How to figure out Valentine's Day Wednesday. There's just a lot going on. And here's something else that's different. Ticker is Door, Masonite International. It's a building products company. And this soared today, up about 35%. It was bought by Owens Corning, a $3.9 billion deal, $133 a share in cash. It was a 38% premium to the closing share price as of yesterday. So investors kind of buying this deal. And yeah, there you go. So something a little bit different. Not all completely tech, although AMAT, of course, was.
Okay, not everything was higher today. It actually wasn't that difficult to find some stocks making significant moves to the downside. I want to start with Expedia Group, finishing down by 17.8%. The shares plunged the most since the onset of the pandemic after the company announced a leadership transition plan. I saw you guys talking about this on BTV just a few minutes ago and provided a first quarter outlook that fell short of Wall Street expectations. Expedia gave an outlook for gross bookings and room nights booked in the current period that fell short of estimates for high single-digit growth. The company cited lower airline prices, the grounding of Boeing's fleet, the 737 MAX 9 that is, and some weakness from its vacation rental brand, Vrbo, VRBO. Also, Take-Two Interactive. Shares of Take-Two Interactive fell today, finishing the day down by 8.66%. It earlier fell as much as 10%, but paired some of those losses. It was the biggest intraday decline since November of 2022. The company slashed its full-year net bookings forecast below consensus estimates. Analysts flagged softness in NBA 2K24 sales and the pushback of a planned release to next year, though they were still confident in Grand Theft Auto 6 being released in fiscal year 2025. And then speaking of the Super Bowl, we got to talk Pepsi. Shares of Pepsi falling today. It gave a full-year forecast that fell short of analyst estimates, reported a drop in volumes in the North America Beverage and Quaker Foods unit. Shares falling 3.6% today. The company's CEO said, quote, in a statement, category growth rates are normalizing as consumer behaviors largely revert to pre-pandemic norms, Alex.
So, well, I usually do my carrots and hummus kind of thing. I have heard...
Are those PepsiCo Frito-Lay carrots?
That Frito-Lays with everything. So Fritos with everything, drink it with red wine, like that's the go-to. yucky, but apparently that's the thing for Sunday. So I'm definitely behind that. I'm just taking a look at the bond market, guys, because we are at year-to-date highs for yields pretty much across the board. We took down like $120 billion worth of supply this week. We took it down well. The higher we move in yields, the demand is definitely still there, but it is not rocking the equity market. We can have those higher yields, and you can still have this follow-through within the S&P.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting to see these moves back and forth in yields as everyone sort of tries to figure out what the Fed does next. And at the end of the day, it's really not about the Fed. It is about the economy, economic conditions that, at least for right now, look like they're holding up, guys. And that kind of brings us, I think, to the big pivot here when we start to talk about consumer spending. And you were just mentioning it there. Of course, we have the Super Bowl coming up, where all eyes are not only going to be on the game, but of course, the advertising and really just the cost and I guess the potential economic benefits of the whole thing.
Yeah, and also those homemade nachos that my husband's going to make. Because you know what?
Homemade nachos? Hold on, pause. What?
Yeah.
What's in those? Like he deep fries them himself?
Makes his own chili, and then we get the nachos.
That sounds pretty good.
He makes several plates of it. Yeah. It's kind of
Okay.
worth it. Isn't it kind of your thing? Don't you do that?
Me? I bake, but I don't make nachos. That feels like a whole
Well, I mean, he
different
doesn't make the chips. I mean,
Okay, well, that's actually a good segue to what I wanted to talk about here, because even
cost?
though we see things getting less expensive or prices not increasing at the same rate, tortilla chips are 38% more expensive this year. And we're also seeing other ingredients that go into nachos being more expensive than last year. Alex, queso blanco, this according to a recent story in MarketWatch, will cost nearly 19% more.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
well, that
I
makes
don't know
sense.
about the ingredients for what you make this weekend, which is the hummus
Chickpeas?
carrots.
So little chickpeas, little lemon, little garlic.
Can I just tell you, the prices of chunky chili and guacamole have stabilized since last year, and salsa and burger prices have declined slightly, according to Data Assembly. So, and the biggest price decrease is vanilla ice cream. That was never part of my Super Bowl menu, if you will. But anyway, the basket of Super Bowl favorites totaling $86.99 this year. That's up 4% over last year.
Yeah, I mean,
Not too bad.
But well, the good thing is though, some of those prices. I mean, while they're still going up, of course, we know that growth rate is actually moderated from where it was the previous couple of years. But while you guys are sort of focused on your nachos or whatever else you're going to be eating there, I think everyone's going to be focused not on Patrick Mahomes or any of these people you see on the screen there. They're going to be focused on one person only,
Taylor Swift.
and I believe that's Travis Kelce.
Good one. Good one.
Nice sliding that in there.
So yes, this is a great story because we love the Taylor Swift, and you can get. There's so many great stories of how you can bet when she'll be there, what time, whether or not you want to place those bets. And if it's safe to place those bets, it's a totally different thing. But just to show that her marketing ability for the NFL is like unparalleled at this point.
How grateful is the NFL? How grateful is Roger Goodell?
She saved the game, right?
That Taylor
Well, hold on,
Swift
guys.
is
People were still going to watch the
ascend-
Super Bowl even if she wasn't there.
Yeah, but how many more people are going to watch the Super Bowl because she's there? I think a lot more people.
Listen, it's interesting. Listen, people are betting on it. What is it? There's a great story about Ira Boudway about like kind of the 89 different Taylor Swift bets. But if you're making that bet, keep in mind you can't do it here really in the U.S. If you're doing it, it's an outside firm, and there's probably outside the United States firm, and there's probably no oversight. So just keep that in mind.
What's Carol talking about? Carol, I know a guy in Baltimore. Just call. Seriously.
So they're not Taylor Swift
Outside the
fries.
US.
Can we do that?
What is that
represent the
non-surprise
show.
And
name?
you're from Jersey. You probably don't even need to go to Baltimore. I know some guys in South Jersey that'll hook you up too.
I'm a Northern Jersey girl. What can I tell you?
You know, you got to drive a little if you want the real stuff.
All right, guys. Kansas City or 49ers? Have you made a decision?
No.
I don't know. Kansas City.
All right.
For reasons.
For reasons. All right, we're going to leave it on that. That's a wrap. Our cross-platform guys, have a great weekend, a safe weekend. Our cross-platform on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it Beyond the Bell. We will see you again, same time, same place on Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are continuing here on Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday and talk about the week that was. We just talked about it with the gang. S&P 500 closing above 5,000 for the first time after really kind of, it feels like, Tim, really record after record this year.
Yeah, think back to what happened just the way the week kicked off. Fed Chair Jay Powell went on 60 Minutes to speak to a large audience that a March rate cut was pretty much off the table. Then also on the earnings front, Carol, we had ARM Holdings blowing it out of the water. We got solid reports from Disney, Ford, report, Chipotle. Not so solid reports from Snap and Expedia. And then there were the regional banks still in focus.
Some concerns there as well. And then we just talked about some U.S. inflation data. So that we like to set it up. Very dense backdrop. It feels like they are always dense backdrop for Wall Street Week, which is coming your way in just a moment with David Weston, 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and TV. David is here in studio. A lot going on. I'm not going to kick it off with the Super Bowl.
Why not?
Because the Lions aren't in it, David.
No. I think the Super Bowl has the biggest market failure we've seen this year.
How so?
You have two quarterbacks playing, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
How much money do they make?
Different.
Pat Mahomes makes $32 million. How much does...
200,000?
No, 890,000.
Like
890,000?
He's the 164th best paid player in all the NFL.
164th.
1,604. Yeah.
Wow.
In all the NFL.
All right.
So how did that happen?
It's very simple. He came out, he was the last pick in the draft. Nobody knew he was going to be what he became. And he would turn it into a genius. And what you do is you set a contract price for a 4-year deal, which was a good 4-year deal. It was like $3.7 million. It was a lot of money to him at the time. And now it looks like chump
When
change.
does he get to re-up?
Well,
Yeah, I was gonna
that's
say,
going to be the biggest
agents are
raise you've ever seen in
on
your
it
life
right now.
when it happens. So I love it.
I love it too. I love a story like that, right, where somebody just comes from body. Anyway, it should be a good game. Do you have a favorite?
I'm actually rooting for the 49ers for
You
some
are.
reason. They also
Good for
beat
you.
my Lions. So I sort of have to want them to win because otherwise we come up short.
All right. All right. So let's talk about this Wall Street Week this week. You had an interesting conversation on the business of publishing.
Yeah, this is the opposite end from the tech you're talking about. And this is good old-fashioned book publishing. Simon & Schuster, you know, it's sort of an icon in publishing. And KKR, of all people, decided they wanted to buy Simon & Schuster. You know, it was on the block for like 3 years. One of the things that I found out in this, it had been held by a conglomerate since 1975. Since Gulf and Western. You're too young to remember this, Tim, but there was a Gulf and Western that was a conglomerate. Gulf and Western owned it, and so finally they're on their own. KKR's bought them, and they really think that they've got a winner there. So we sat down with Pete Stavros, who is the co-head of global private equity for KKR, as well as the president and CEO of Simon & Schuster. He is Jonathan Karp. And we talked to him about exactly why they wanted to buy book publishing.
Is this unloved gem of a business inside of Paramount. So it did not get an investment. It did not get a lot of attention. And so we looked at it and we said, well, could they do more with audiobooks? What type of operational improvements could there be? You know, Jonathan and I have talked about this. Forecasting demand for a new book is really hard. How many copies of that book are going to be sold is very difficult to predict. We think there's ways to bring a little more science to that and also to shrink our supply chain and be more responsive so we're not producing excess books that end up getting thrown out. Employee engagement. Yeah, there's 1,650 employees at the company. Fewer than 5% had ownership in the company, which is something we're going to bring to the table around employee engagement and ownership. You know, what's possible if we become the destination of choice for editors, you know, who are effectively talent agents for authors. So then we're going to be the destination of choice for authors. And what this could all unleash in now being the only standalone book publishing company out there, this could be a big deal.
So, Jonathan, what about from your side of it, from Simon & Schuster's side of it? What does KKR potentially bring to the table? So I understand KKR said they don't want to start picking the books. They don't want to do your job.
Well, I mean, first of all, the idea of giving all of the employees a piece of the action, this idea of broad-based ownership has really energized the company. And I think it's got all of us rowing together. And I think it was a jolt of excitement that went through the company when this was announced. And I really credit Pete with being an advocate and an evangelist for this idea, because it is attracting more talent already. We've already been able to hire some marquee editors.
And the reason those marquee editors are so important is because they attract the authors. It's a hit-driven business, basically. You make your money off the big hits, and those marquee editors will get the big hits in the door, and they think they can actually make real money off of this. Besides, actually, what you heard there from Pete Stavros, that they think there's some technology you can bring to bear that actually can save a lot of money and be much more efficient.
Hey, I wanted to hit on this idea of employee ownership when it comes to private equity, because that's something increasingly we're starting to see in this day and age. And historically, private equity, you talk to people who work for private private equity companies, they're not seeing equity. It's the investors that see the equity.
Pete Stavros is a big champion of this. He's done it for quite a few years now. We've had him on a couple times before, typically in manufacturing situations where there are little manufacturing plants out in the Midwest, and they go in, and the employees don't have any idea what owning equity could mean for them. They're living paycheck to paycheck. And it really has transformed a lot of these companies. They really get into it. I wasn't sure how well it would work in book publishing, like Simon & Schuster, which is a really, high-end publishing house here. But Pete Stavros really believes in this as a way to returning value. Also, in a world where it used to be back in the old days of R.J. and
Employee
Nabisco.
stock ownership, right?
Oh, remember those ESOP plans?
That's
That's
makes
right.
me think of that. Anyway, forgive me.
But private equity started out, you remember, with KKR back with R.J. and Nabisco. Basically, you leveraged it up a lot. You put a lot of turns on it, and you swapped it out and sold it right quick. Well, those days are gone. You can't get that free capital anymore, and they've got to actually do some work and actually turn the company into something that'll work.
By the way, I believe there's a book about that, not published by Simon & Schuster, called Barbarians at the Gate.
Oh, that's it is. Absolutely right about KKR. That's exactly right. But to your point, Simon & Schuster is now going to work on a book with Pete Stavros.
Okay.
All the money going to charity about employee stock ownership and private equity. They're going to write a book on that subject.
But I love that, because if I think about the gaps that are out there in society, right? We talked so much about the evaporation of the middle class. Like, you think about if you could bring more employees to have a piece or participate in the wealth creation of companies, wouldn't that be great?
And that's And that's been the theory in a lot of corporations. Back when I was at Cap Cities ABC, we had shadow stock, we had stock options, things like that. But that was for the executives. This is for every single employee in the place. And one of the things they do when they go into these companies, including now with Simon & Schuster, they actually do literacy courses on investing in equity to actually follow this thing. And they reveal their financials to all their employees and say, this is how we're doing. This is how your stock or your shadow stock is doing the thing. And they say they can really turn around a company.
But they don't do it with every company, do they? In terms of KKR.
The big difference that Pete has told us, not just in this interview, but over others, it depends on the CEO. The CEO has to get it. As Pete says, you go to a CEO of a company once you bought it and say, okay, you got to make money, you got to cut costs, you got to market, and oh, by the way, on top of that, you've got to really incentivize your employees with stock. And they say, I'm sorry, it's just too much to handle. There are some CEOs, though, who get it from the word go. And by the way, Jonathan Karp was one of them. As soon as he said, we're in. And the CEOs that really understand that it's not just another thing to worry about, it actually will drive all the other things you're trying to do. That's where it works, according to Pete.
Hey, David, before we let you go, we have about 40 seconds left. Give us an update on Wall Street votes here, because you had a really interesting interview.
Well, we got an interesting guy with Scott Besson, who actually was with Soros, and now he has his own fund, Key Square Capital. And he has a somewhat different view. He thinks we already are seeing a Trump rally, because the markets think Trump is coming. And also,
Trump has said that.
And the White House is already goosing the economy. And he even thinks the Fed is sort of got a dog in this fight, because they sort of live in Washington. He thinks they tend to be left of center. That's his view. I'm not ascribing to it. But he thinks basically everybody's pushing this right now, and we're already seeing it. We don't have to wait till November.
We heard that from Trump.
Yeah, we did.
We did.
We absolutely heard it. Great stuff. David, as always, looking forward to it. Wall Street Week coming your way with David Weston at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on both Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. It was another packed week.
Yeah, and what's next week going to look like?
I don't know. I'm only here for
We
a few
actually
days.
get CPI next week. Oh, yeah, good point. Oh, you don't care what happens Thursday, Friday. Okay.
All right, everybody, more to come. We're going to talk about the Greek economy. Got a great guest coming up in just a moment.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Another winning week for the S&P 500 index, 5 in a row. That's also the case for the Dow and the S&P. The S&P this week was up by 1.4% on the week. The Dow advanced 0.04%, still a gain. NASDAQ this week surged 2.3%. Today turned out to be a mixed market, but the S&P 500 index had its first close ever above 5,000, 5,026 on the S&P, up today by about 0.6%. Dow Industrials down 54, dropped there of 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 197, finishing the week, heading into the weekend, oh so close to 16,000 at 15,990. The NASDAQ Composite Index today advanced by 1.2%. 10-year 4.17% with a 2-year 4.47%. Spot gold down 0.5%, 2025 the ounce. Bitcoin today surged 4.8%, 47,514 on Bitcoin. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 76.53 for a barrel of WTI. First Energy has abandoned its 2030 target for slashing greenhouse gas emissions because coal plants can't be replaced in time, marking a major about-face in the movement to protect the climate. First Energy shares advanced today by 4.2%. Recapping S&P up 0.6%, another winning week. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, so I don't know about you, but at certain points over the last couple of years, I know, Tim, I've thought about going to Greece. I was just talking to my daughter who's planning, she's overseas. That's on her list before she heads back home here to New York. And you open up your Instagram a lot and think about it.
Yeah, try not to open up my Instagram too much because, hashtag FOMO. But it does feel like at certain points of the year, everyone in my feed is either in Greece or Italy. Like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah. It's actually not our imagination here, Carol. More Americans are going to Greece. In November of 2023, tourist spending by U.S. travelers increased by 62.4%. to more than 65 million euros.
All right, so there's a lot of folks. And Greece wants even more Americans to come and spend time and money in Greece. And that's why Olga Kefalogianni, the country's Minister of Tourism, is here in the United States. She joins us now here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Olga, a pleasure to have you here. First up, why are you in New York?
Well, thank you very much for hosting me, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about what we're trying to do in terms of tourism in Greece. Of course, the American market is a very important source market for Greek tourism, and 2023 was a record year for Greek tourism as a whole. But both in terms of arrivals, also in terms of revenue, and it was also a record year in terms of Americans arriving in Greece and spending in Greece.
Show us the pie, like how much in terms of tourists, how much are from America, how much are from elsewhere, maybe from the European continent or so?
Well, the majority of our visitors are from European countries. So we believe that there's a lot of room, for the increase from the American market. But up to a couple of years ago, we didn't even have a direct connection. So this was actually an impediment. So nowadays we have direct connections through New York, Boston, and Chicago. And this year, 2024, we'll be having even more connections. So I think direct flights are important.
So there were no direct flights?
There were direct flights, but they were not year-round. Okay. So they were very seasonal.
So what do you think when an American is making the choice about where to go on vacation, and they're choosing, like they're in that stage where they're planning that trip, what prevents them from choosing Greece? Like, what's the barrier that they need to get over?
Well, first of all, I think that connectivity is very important. So we are very happy that nowadays there is more of a direct connection through a lot of airlines. But I think that an impediment, if this is the correct, let's say, word, would be that Greece is mostly associated with summer vacations. So Greece is always associated with the Greek islands, a beach vacation, sea and sun. And there is a lot more in Greece than just that. So what we are trying to do is extend the season and promote Greece as a year-round destination for Americans throughout the states, because it's not just the East Coast, it's also the West Coast and all the other parts of America. That,
well, remind us about the weather in Greece, because it is true. Like when I'm thinking about when traveling, or I know my daughter, she was looking when we went and did some overseas traveling in December and talked about Greece, and I'm like, I think it's kind of cold there in December, but give us an idea. So as you make it year-round, I mean, the weather is, you know, supportive of doing what in December, or like give us an idea of how you're thinking about that year-round approach.
Well, when we're talking about the year-round approach, that means that, of course, you can't have year-round beach vacation, but the weather is very moderate year-round, so you would have a very nice experience in the countryside, the mainland Greece, mountainous areas, and you can have some activities outdoors in the nature, like trekking, rafting. For anyone who's interested in gastronomy, of course, Greece is associated with really good food.
Check.
So I think that you would find like a Michelin star restaurants in Athens,
Greek
but
food is
also super cute and super nice tavernas in all parts of Greece.
We had an executive from a real estate firm based in Texas on a few weeks ago, and he's a New Yorker but moved to Texas to become the CEO of this job. Then he's CEO of this company, and he told us, we were asking him what he missed about New York, and he was like, I can't get any good Greek food in Texas, like in the entire state. He's like, when I come to New York, the first thing I do is I go get some Greek food. Not, of course, saying it's anything close to what you'd find in Greece, but
yeah, but you know, like even you know, for us, when we are on a Greek island and we have the fish that is just like caught fresh fish, and it's just grilled fish. You don't really need to have a lot of seasoning, or you know, like very cooking in a very particular way. You just have like very, very good raw materials, and then you just have like olive oil, Greek olive oil, and it's like the best meal that you can have.
I'm sold. I want to talk a little bit about balance, though. Tourism is certainly important, but also maintaining historical significance, maintaining artifacts, and making sure that the place isn't overrun with tourists. How do you find that balance?
Well, it's actually the biggest challenge right now, and this is why I'm, as a minister, I'm always talking about, you know, like the new era for Greek tourism, which takes local communities' needs into account and to you know, significance when it comes, you know, to planning, because we see that, of course, tourism is a very big source of revenue for the local economy. It's also a very big generator of jobs. For Greece, tourism represents almost 20% of GDP, both in terms of direct and indirect contribution. So you see this is a very important economic activity. But at the same time, we see that there's a lot of pressure to the local communities. And of course, we really need to protect and preserve our natural environment, our cultural environment.
When your blue economy, I have to say, I am obsessed. I'm a sailor, and my husband and I are obsessed with some of the YouTubers that sail the world, and they spend a lot of time in the Mediterranean, and certainly in your neighborhood and at your home. And that economy, in terms of supporting fishermen, the ocean economy, the blue economy, is so important. So just to, you know, kind of push a little bit more on what Tim was asking about, like that economy, you want to make sure that doesn't come undone by a mass, you know, move of tourists into the area that maybe it can occur. Because I see it in areas around the world as a diver, like just whether it's cruising or cruise ships or just overdevelopment that just really messes up the ocean economy and then impacts a country or an area.
I couldn't agree with you more. This is why our strategy is focused on sustainability, and we take sustainability when it comes to the marine environment very, very seriously. This is why we just founded this observatory for maritime and coastal tourism in the Mediterranean region. So we did this in collaboration with the UN World Tourism Organization. So Greece, let's say, will be in the forefront of preserving the coastal and the maritime environment in the Mediterranean, because of course it's very important for all insular nations and coastal nations to preserve the marine environment. So in this respect, of course, we are reviewing our strategy when it comes, let's say, to cruise ships.
Oh,
because
interesting.
I know that...
Might you guys push back a little bit?
I know that it's of big interest into the American market. But, you know, at the same time, we cannot be having so many cruise ships, so many large cruise ships in Greece. So we are thinking of, you know, applying some quota and having a more strict berth allocation system. So I think we should find, as you said before, the correct balance. So we need the revenue, but at the same time, we need to preserve what makes us really unique and authentic and attractive, you know, as a destination.
30 seconds, and then we're going to do some news, and we're going to come back. But what is specifically about the cruise operators do you find that you need to push back on?
Well, you see that especially in some of the very, very popular islands, such as Mykonos and Santorini, it becomes very frustrating even for visitors who are on the island and also for the islanders. So we really need to find the right balance. And of course, I understand, you know, that there are people who really enjoy cruising, but then again, you need to have everything in proportion, let's say. You know, like Greece is a smaller country, so we need to have, you know, proportionate and balanced approach to things.
Okay, we're going to come back. As Tim said, we're going to do a little bit of news, and then we're going to come back and continue the conversation. We're talking with Olga Kefalogianni. She is the country's, Greece's, Minister of Tourism, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio.
Okay, from Greece to Washington, D.C. now for a check the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Vice President Kamala Harris is defending President Biden. Her comments come after special counsel Robert Hur called into question Biden's memory in his report that cleared the president of any criminal charges connected with classified documents.
The way that the president's demeanor in that report was characterized could not be more wrong on the facts and clearly politically motivated. Gratuitous.
Harris says she was expecting a higher level of integrity from the special counsel. She says Biden was interviewed the day after Hamas attacked Israel and was likely distracted by those developments. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is not finished with politics. He made an announcement on social media today saying he wants to elevate the political rhetoric.
I have made the decision to run for the United States Senate, not to serve one party, but to try to be part of the solution to fix our nation's broken politics and fight for Maryland.
Hogan is a Republican in an extremely blue state, but served 2 terms as governor. Ticket prices are surging for this Sunday's Super Bowl. Ticket platform StubHub says it's on pace to be the most expensive Super Bowl ever, with tickets for the game at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas now selling for $8,600 on average. A spokesperson for StubHub says 38% of ticket sales so far have been from California, while 10% have been from Kansas and Missouri. Former New York Mets GM Billy Epler has been suspended by Major League Baseball through the end of the 2024 season. A league investigation determined he ordered the franchise to fabricate injuries and submit false documentation to create open roster spots. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that Israel's rating has been cut a notch by Moody's. The outlook shifted to negative. Israel's public finances are deteriorating, according to Moody's. That headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Wall Street notched a major milestone today with the S&P 500 index closing above 5,000 for the first time ever. Fifth winning week in a row on the S&P. Today we had that index up 28 points, up 0.6% with a close as we head into the weekend at 5,026. The Dow down 54, drop of 0.1%. Nasdaq up 197 today. That was a gain of 1.2%. 10-year yield 4.17% with a 2-year 4.47%. Gold down $9 the ounce to 2024, a drop there of 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude today up 0.4%, 76.54 for a barrel of WTI. New York Community Bancorp gained today after its CEO and other insiders bought more than 200,000 shares of the stock, which has lost about half its value since last week's shock announcement of a dividend cut and larger loan loss provisions. NYCB today up by almost 17%. Again, recapping stocks higher. S&P up 28, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Carol Master and Tim Stanovic here, and the two of us are really just planning our next adventure.
We've been Googling left and right.
Yeah,
Olga's been putting up with our Googling of like all things Greece.
Yeah, we're going to Greece, and the reason we're talking about Greece is because we have with us right now the country's Minister of Tourism, Olga Keflogianni. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So, Olga, we're looking at all the different places we could go in Greece. We're already excited to plan our trip. Want to talk about costs. You're here in New York. You were telling us while we were doing news that it's shockingly expensive to be here in New York.
I'm sorry, I can say that.
Yeah, of course.
Air.
Say whatever you want, please. Yeah.
Like, really,
this won't be news to anyone.
Is it everything?
I used to live here
Yeah.
20 years ago, so it's not like I haven't been used to, like, New York being quite expensive compared to other places. But I think that nowadays it's like super, super expensive.
Everything? Are you talking about hotels, food, everything?
Especially food. I mean, compared to the prices that you would have in Athens. So for the prices that you would pay here for a relatively mediocre restaurant.
Yeah, plenty of those.
You would have the same, let's say, price in a Michelin star restaurant in Athens. So you understand that the quality that you pay is, not comparable.
What about lodging when it comes to paying for a hotel? What's the range?
Well, the good thing is that there's a very big offering. So I think that depending on your budget, you can find, something that's equivalent, to what you want to spend.
How do you, as Minister of Tourism, think about a company like Airbnb? Because it's pretty controversial. There are some folks in governments who don't like it because they think that it displaces housing for people who live in areas and drives up the price of housing. How are you thinking about it?
Well, it's true that it's a challenge nowadays. Finding again the word is the right balance, because of course we understand that there are a lot of people who would only look into this kind of accommodation, that they wouldn't go to a hotel, so they would look for short-term rentals for the vacation. So as a country that appeals to a lot of people, you of course need to have all sorts of so the whole range of the offering when it comes to accommodation. So both hotels and also the short-term rentals. Well, at the same time, if you do not have a framework, then of course this creates a lot of, I would say, social issues, especially when it comes to prices for locals, so for accommodation for locals. I'm also a member of parliament, so I represent Athens, and we see that, in the recent years, some very nice neighborhoods that used to be like full of younger people are now, younger Greek people, are now no longer residential areas because they're very near the Acropolis. So it was, it made much more sense for people to just rent their apartments for visitors through these platforms, Airbnb and other platforms for short-term rentals. So nowadays we have a stricter framework, and really we try to have a very balanced approach because, again, we understand that this is something that appeals to a lot of visitors, but at the same time, we also need to have both the revenue, the correct revenue, and also, we don't need to have like the unfair competition to hotels, which, have to go under a lot of scrutiny when it comes, to the Ministry of Tourism's controls and legal frameworks for the way that they operate.
Olga, I want to go back to what your mission is to really expand tourism. Summer, check, you got it down. There's lots of people who come in, but you'd like to expand it throughout the year. And what's interesting is your Prime Minister was on with our TV colleagues in the fall, and specifically he made the point that, part of the reason that you guys can expand potentially your tourist season is because of climate change, right? That it's impacting a little bit the environment. So that's kind of an unforeseen, I don't want to say benefit, but right? Because of what's happening, or you're just seeing warming right throughout the year.
Well, the climate crisis, I think, is an issue for everyone to address, in a very, very strict manner. So I understand that there's a silver lining for everything, but I think that the most important thing is, to really address the impact of the climate crisis, and really for every country to do whatever they can to reverse the effects that we see in the environment.
Right.
And I think that this is important for us, and it's important for our children and the future generations. So I think that all of us have a very big responsibility when it comes to the environment and the climate. Greece has a very strict, legislative process right now when it comes to the environment and environmental protection. And we have a plan for having all our hotels sustainable by 2030.
Right.
So this is the most important thing for us, that we see the climate crisis as an obligation for all of us to do something differently.
Right.
And I think that this is also something that our visitors are considering when they make their bookings, because the carbon footprint and what your traveling would do to the environment is also something that is of consideration to a lot of people nowadays.
Right.
So I think that we have to do our part of the responsibility.
But the reality, but I guess what I'm just saying, like the reality of not pointing fingers. I mean, the reality of, we talk to vineyards all the time, right? And maybe they're shifting where they're growing because climate change has just made a reality of you can't grow here anymore. And the same thing, for you guys or for any country, right? They're looking at, okay, it's warmer. What does that mean potentially that we maybe have a longer growing season or a longer tourist season, right? I mean, it's just kind of the reality of it, unfortunately.
Yes, I understand. But but on the other hand, we really, especially politicians, we really have to be very firm when it comes, to what we really have to do in order to reverse these very negative results to the environment. So this is why I really feel that I have to make this point. And also as a minister, I have to make sure that especially tourism is really sustainable. But when we're talking about extending the season, we're not talking only about the weather and the fact that it's moderate year round. It's also that you can have these amazing experiences in Greece year round. And actually for me, I would say that especially for people who are interested in culture, it's much, much better to enjoy all these amazing sites, like 2,500-year-old sites outside the summer season. Because
I love
why would you go there,
travel.
when it's 45 degrees Celsius, and not go when it's much, much nicer? And then you can also enjoy the wineries. You can also enjoy all sorts of other activities in Greece, especially also also for some people who are interested in skiing, you have to know that there are ski resorts in Greece. We are upgrading the ski facilities right now.
So good to know.
And I'm from Crete, and in Crete you could have you could ski but off piste, okay, and then you can go to the ocean.
We have to run. We got to run. Olga Kefalogianni, she is the Minister of Tourism in Greece, joining us here in studio.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. Elon Musk's Neuralink is reincorporating in Nevada from Delaware. Two of the nation's largest retailers and a pair of Democratic mayors are supporting a campaign to roll back California's landmark criminal justice reform, which has been blamed for a spike in retail theft. Walmart and Target are the top funders of a proposed ballot measure that aims to undo Proposition 47, a voter-approved law from 2014 that reduced penalties for many lower-level drug and property crimes in the state. Today, Walmart was little changed, down less than 0.1%. Target shares down 0.6%. Barclays is planning to hand dozens of its investment bankers no bonus at all this year. Sources tell Bloomberg a slump in deal-making and capital markets is forcing executives at the British lender to shrink the bonus pool across the firm. Bloomberg's Jenny Serrain has more on the story from London.
This is a bank that has been very vocal about wanting to rebuild after losing a lot of its top investment bankers early last year, and so to now come back with a bonus season that's especially brutal, it really does hurt morale, and obviously risks everything that they've been trying to do with this big rebuild.
Oil rallied today after revisions to U.S. data confirm that inflation is ebbing. Boosting confidence that the Federal Reserve will cut rates later on this year. Oil stocks lower, though, today. We had, among some of those oil names, ExxonMobil was down 2.1%. Again, Elon Musk's Neuralink reincorporates in Nevada from Delaware, and those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pelletin. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Carol, you know that we're not done with earnings?
No, we've got more coming up. We do indeed.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so you know, we had ARM this week. It was a pretty big one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Blockbuster one, in fact.
Disney knocked out of the park.
Yes.
Okay. Pinterest and Affirm.
Knocked it out of the park. So
No.
what you did there.
Yeah. You like that?
Theme
knocked
park?
it out of the theme park. Yeah. Totally planned that. Pinterest and Affirm.
Remember when we asked to talk to Gita? Oh my
God.
What did she
She's
say?
trying to read a thing,
like
Carol.
The importance of the theme parks?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
She said that was the business.
That's the business.
Okay.
I said, what's the juggernaut? It used to be ESPN years ago. It's the theme parks.
Okay.
Brown's like, come on, kids. I've been waiting all day to
I
talk
enjoy
to
listening.
you two.
That's good. Pinterest and Affirm left investors wanting more. Next week is another big one, and for more, we have Bloomberg News earnings reporter Red Brown, who, by the way, I didn't know this. Red has been here in the U.S. for a couple of years. You were in London before.
That's right, yeah, for about 4 years.
That's really one cool thing about Bloomberg is we got bureaus all over the world.
Yeah.
And you can go and do cool stuff all over.
And you know what else? His aunt and uncle are going to pick him up this weekend, or he's going to meet them, and he has no idea where they're going to
Hey,
take him.
okay, that's enough. All right, I'm here to defend Red Brown.
On Monday, I want you to come back and tell me where.
She's just saying that because she's from New Jersey.
Northern New
and she's
Jersey.
like
It sounds like that's where you're going. I just kind of want to know.
Okay, don't
detailed,
dox his aunt and uncle. Okay, come on.
right.
Okay,
So what do we watch out for next week?
I mean, first of all, I think it's you guys are kind of rattling off the really good results that we've had over the last week. And
We had a market guest who said too that as the market keeps going higher, they're like, listen, earnings have actually been pretty good.
And it's important because, I'm always saying earnings are so important, but this year, a lot of the outlooks that we got from a lot of the strategists at the end of the year, one of the things that they were looking out for was earnings revisions as the thing to send the stock market higher. Over the last 2 weeks, we've seen estimates be revised back above where they began this year. So
interesting.
It started with tech, but it's carried on this week as well. So I guess I'm right.
So
Earnings
now it
have been
really
critical.
matters.
Now it really matters.
Okay, we spoke to Jeff Jones from H&R Block. He's the CEO a little earlier today. And he said that despite all the good news that we're seeing, his customers, 20 million Main Street Americans, they're concerned and they're a little strapped right now. We're going to get a check on the consumer and the greater consumer next week. I want to start there with the companies that will sort of help us fill in the blanks about these consumers.
I mean, we have a bunch of fast food companies coming out next week. We have McDonald's. We have restaurant brands. They own Burger King and Popeyes and Tim Hortons, which was a college favorite of mine.
Krispy Kreme's in there too.
But we had McDonald's out.
Last week.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. But basically what we're going to be seeing is still moderate revenue growth. We're still going to see some strength within pockets of these reports. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag with the restaurant brands.
Coca-Cola, Lyft.
Another good one to look for the consumer, Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I think what we're looking at there is still the Middle East situation, with McDonald's results showing the impact of some of those boycotts.
Right.
McDonald's is a big customer of Coke's products, so that will also weigh on them a little bit. At the margin there, you'll see
Europe and the Middle East and Africa. I'm looking at the DES function, $7.5 billion in revenue. North America is about 16 or almost 16 billion. So, but it's an important market, no doubt about it.
Right, but those boycotts will be sort of global, right? Because it's just wherever people at McDonald's is, which is everywhere. So where we're going to see that in the Coke's results, though, you'll see their organic revenue slow down to around 9%. It was around 15% last year.
That's a big change.
It is a significant change, especially when, in general, businesses are sort of slowing, so they can't take any of that extra.
Do you eat
hit.
Shake Shack?
Do I eat Shake Shack? Special occasion.
Special
Yeah, same with me.
Really?
Yeah. You know where I eat it is at JFK Airport. Really?
No, Tim,
Delta.
you eat everything.
Yeah, but
at
I'm not going to go to
airport.
I'm not going to go to Shake Shack like randomly. I'm going to go to it at the airport. I don't know why I do it.
Is there one report in particular you're like, man, I'm curious about what they report? Just quickly.
I want to hear about the Bitcoin ETFs, how they're affecting both Coinbase and Robinhood next week.
Smart.
We'll be a little bit different on each business. Remember that Coinbase is actually hosting a lot of